Let me know when you're live on Twitch and everything comes up, and I'll start the countdown.
Will do. Getting the last of the posts out of the way. Lots and lots of sharing in Discord groups. I have too many Discord groups. All right, looks good on Twitch.
Yep, on Twitter. Okay. All that stuff. All right, here we go.
First Contact Day brought a deluge of Star Trek news, and we cover it all tonight on the Real Supergeeks.
Hang on your capes.
Today's edition of the Real Supergeeks podcast. My name is Carlos Pedraza. And welcome. It is Friday, April 9th, 2021, and you are watching the Real Supergeeks podcast, which is pretty much an all Star Trek edition because there's so much Star Trek shit to talk about. We will be doing our weekly review of Falcon and the Winter Soldier because, of course, holy shit. And then we'll go from there. First, let's find out how my fellow hosts are doing this week. We're going to start off with a new host who's joining us, Rayna Cannon. Rayna was a commenter during last week's podcast, and we loved everything they had to say. So we said, come aboard. And here you are, Rayna. Welcome.
Hello, everybody. Thank you for having me, as always.
Now your specialty, of course, is comics, right? That's like your big specialty area, as well as Star Wars. And you're going to have to admit to the folks at home that you are an enthusiastic newbie for Star Trek, correct?
I am actually just getting into it, and I am actually loving it right from the start, which is obviously a good sign.
It is a good
sign. Coming from Star Wars, though, it's kind of an easy switch, honestly, I've got to say.
Well, that begs the question, where are you starting?
I started on Generations. Travis told me it's probably a good starting point, and I've enjoyed it so far. I think I'm like 10 episodes in, and I haven't really had anything. Well, Wesley, I think he's the only thing that annoys me.
You and everybody else in this universe.
If you are 10 episodes in, you probably saw Justice, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
Oh, yeah, sorry about that.
Oh, yeah, just ignore that episode. Everybody else does.
I told you it was bad. I told you.
After everything I've been through in the last few years with Star Wars, I think that was mellow. That was like a Band-Aid rip.
It only gets better. It only gets better from season 1. So
no.
And wait till you reach DS9.
Oh hell yeah! Like
actually, the pinnacle.
She actually wanted to start with DS9. However, I said like there's a lot of lore in that. I think you should probably start somewhere else.
Yeah, it's always good to have that solid TNG background.
Yeah, it's the best foundation, honestly.
I'm very eager to hear your beginning Star Trek journey.
Yes, we will talk about that. Actually, possibly immediately, because of the thing that is at the top of our news this week, which was the announcement just today that Paramount Pictures has set a June 2023 release date for the 4th Star Trek movie since the JJ reboot. But we'll be talking about that in just a second. First, let's go around the table and see how the rest of our hosts are doing this week. And we will begin this week with Raul, the Baul. Raul, how are
everyone?
you?
Hey, everyone. I have basically been binging, no secret here, Cobra Kai for the last 2 days. I have barely been sleeping. I've just been binging the entire series. Damn you all for talking about it so well that I had to check it out. It's so sticky. The damn show is so sticky.
It really is. Every time you get to the end of an episode and it says next episode coming up, after 2 episodes, you press the
Okay.
next button just to skip.
Okay,
immediately.
listen. I think I was the only one who watched that show on YouTube, Red Premium, whatever it was called, back when it originally aired, and I had to wait week after week after week. There was no binging that show for me, so yeah.
Jason over here going, "You damn privileged kids, and you're
Exactly.
binge watching."
Yeah.
And Raul, just gonna say this. You're welcome.
All right, so I guess that means we should go to you next, Ensign Beard Fosse, aka Jason Gavalik.
This week has been, well, other than having the stomach flu, I'm doing 5 out of 5 badges.
Oh wow, look at that. Hold that up again. I want to see. Let's see. Okay.
Those are looking sharp.
Yeah, those look really good, including your.
They're ready
actually
to go to convention.
Are they all fan sets or some of those quantum mechanics?
These are all fan sets.
Yeah, they've been really up in their game.
I wasn't sure I was going to like the Lower Decks one, but when it's up with all the other ones, it actually looks pretty good.
The Lower Decks one also serves as a good little fidget spinner.
Here's the Lower Decks one by itself.
Wait, you have 2 of them?
I accidentally ordered 2.
Or you could use it as a ninja star. Instant beer for sale.
I could totally take one of those off for off your hands.
You know what's missing in all of those?
Badgie.
The future perfect badges.
Oh, there you go.
Badge.
That's actually why I had you. That's actually why I had you put it up again, because I thought that you had one up there. But here's a badge.
Well, Fansets hasn't done
I got that one.
Future Imperfect.
Badgie.
Yeah, so I'm doing
Okay.
well. I did have a stomach flu this
your
week,
liver.
but other than that,
Yeah, sorry about the flu, dude. Hope you are doing better. All right, folks at home, you already heard his dulcet tones, and we know him all we all know him as the Eyebrows of Doom. Ross Bullock, how are you doing this week?
Doing pretty good
technically as a
overall.
Cookie Monster.
The job hunt has begun in earnest as the semester comes to a close. I am still swamped in classes, so I haven't been able to watch and do much else except stupid simulated trouble calls that aren't actually trouble calls. They're lessons in disguise that just infuriate me because the cognitive dissonance it takes to go through these things.
I don't know, but I think you've just described life as we know it. Moving on to our next co-host is my favorite in the world, Travis and Lane. More Lane, but Travis and Lane.
Oh, Jesus. Hi, everybody. First of all, choo-choo, y'all.
Choo-choo.
These last, I am so happy it's the weekend right now. The noise at work has just been getting to me. I don't know if any of you guys get really iffy with loud noises, but working at a car dealership and a car body shop, no, not body shop, auto shop, the echoes just really get to you, and it doesn't help that a lot of my coworkers have very obnoxiously loud cars.
Are those 2 fidget spinners you're bringing? No, they're stress.
They're stress cubes. I've got stress cubes. I've got my spinners with me, but I mean,
you're ready for action tonight.
I am
Travis.
ready for action. One last thing I'm going to go ahead and say is I am no longer the youngest member here. Just saying.
Not the baby.
Oh,
Hey, by the way, Travis,
baby.
Mine's bigger.
Oh.
That thing.
By the way, Ross, mine's bigger. Anyway,
are you sure about that, Carlos?
Oh,
mine's bigger.
Maybe you guys are the reason these things are here right now.
Yes, we are. Yes, we are.
Mine's bigger.
I've been holding on this away from my son for months, waiting for the opportunity.
And here it is.
Last time I busted it out, you weren't here.
Look, you guys may have bigger coffee mugs, but I'm the only one here who's got a Death Star. So,
son.
Oh yeah, son.
Son,
Seal, you're next on the list. Where the hell are you this week, son?
well, so I showed up really late today, and that's because I fell into the middle of nowhere, had to find my bearings, then had to find a radio tower just to transmit from. Holy crap! there's like this tribe of people called the White Legs and all of this crap. And apparently I'm in Utah somewhere. I mean,
Well, if you're in Utah,
That's-
you're going to find some white legs.
This is
Watch out for burning men.
Wait. You're in Utah?
yeah,
So that's what my dogs are barking about.
Yeah, apparently.
They smell the fish, Jason.
Yeah, I was gonna say the dogs smell fish.
Oh,
All right, let's move next to we haven't seen him in
That's
weeks,
silence.
and I think we're actually glad to have him back. I think Sean P. O'Halloran, how are you? P.S. Are you wearing pants? Wherever the hell you are.
I am, but only for a short time. I'm actually in the middle of northern Arizona right now. I'll be coming up on the very small town of Wickiup, where my pants will likely come off after I use the facilities.
We'll have to alert the authorities in Wickiup.
Sean, just don't get pulled over.
Not
Look,
gonna
the
lie.
authorities
Sorry.
Go ahead, Travis.
What's that?
Well, I was just
Sorry.
gonna say, like, I'm not gonna lie, like seeing his face, like coming close to the camera now and then, just to be briefly illuminated. You look terrifying, Sean.
Yeah, that's the point. That's what I'm going
you
for
just
here.
made his day.
That's Sean's mating voice and face.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, and
I just have to say this. Most people who are really kinky take their pants off when visiting a wiki. So
Hey, not this show. Not
It
this
depends.
show.
It depends on the wiki, I would think.
Or the show.
Yeah. I think
And-
the authorities that we talk about in Wickiup, I think it's like a guy at the gas station and 2 deer and a coyote. I think those are the authorities. That's it. That's pretty
Hey,
much.
I'm terrified of that deer.
Welcome
All right,
to
well,
my
welcome
state.
back, Sean. We've missed you, and looking forward to everything you have to say about so many of the things we're talking about tonight. And
I have a lot to say.
Oh
I'm sure
boy.
you do.
There's
Sinister
some
laugh.
undertones there.
And last but not least, our stalwart producer, Justin Burton. Justin, how are
And
you this
general
week?
pain in the ass.
Well, yes, but it's one of the
Yeah.
one of the things we love about you.
We all have our moments, although, yeah.
More so than others, but hey.
Well, some of our
It's
moments
just
last
like-
hours, but
Or months.
or months. It happens.
6 months
Okay.
later, anyway, I'm doing pretty good. It's been a busy week. I've been helping a friend of mine get a website up and going, so been dealing with that, and it's been busy.
Good. Well, I'm glad you're all here. We've got so much to talk about. Let's jump right in.
yeah, let's
top-
talk about Jordan Peterson being the Red Skull.
Yeah.
Well,
hell?
we will.
Hey, son, I haven't watched the episode yet, so
Too bad.
No.
Yeah.
This isn't even an episode of anything yet. This is literally comic books. This is the newest issue of Captain America, where the Red Skull is basically modeled after Jordan Peterson with 10 rules for life, and talking about how a whole generation of young men feel depressed and shit, and how they can turn their life around. And there's this big, huge fucking monologue from Captain America about, you found the badge, I found the shield, they found the skull.
Well, there you go.
That sounds like a
Talking
monster
about
truck
this,
rally.
and we're not talking about
I remember seeing.
I just like to point out that Jordan Peterson is Canadian, so
Well, I mean, there you go.
And
There
he
you go.
makes you happy about the similarities between what Marvel is doing with Red Skull and him.
Well, I
Yeah.
mean, there you go, Canadian. That's all you need to know. The Canadians are really evil supervillains in disguise.
yeah, their insidious plot is to take over America. Who can blame them, really?
Yeah.
Okay, so top of the news this week, folks. Paramount has scheduled a 4th Star Trek film, untitled as of yet, so we don't even know what the hell it's about. We don't know if it's the one
Again,
that they talked about more recently. Supposedly, someone is saying it is another JJ verse movie. We don't know anything about anything. What do you guys think about this news? Let's start with the Eyebrows of Doom.
I'm excited. I have long been an advocate for a return to the Kelvin universe, and that there is plenty of life left in it. beyond the cast and crew of the Enterprise, and that I hope they explore it, and that's what I hope this film is. That said, all the release said is that untitled Star Trek film 2023. So I'm hyped.
All right. And Travis and Lane, where do you weigh in on this?
I'm happy for the news, but before I get too hyped about anything, I'm just going to say this to Paramount. Please, don't let talks fall through this time. Like, I was so sad when the talks with Chris Hemsworth and Chris Pine fell through for that Star Trek 4. I was really looking forward to that one. I'm hoping that perhaps they can return to this. I'm hoping that might be what this is. But you know what? I'm just happy that Star Trek's getting another feature film. I'm glad that there's a date. I'm eager to hear more.
By the way, in answer to Greg's comment, if you want to put that back up, Justin, he said he hopes it's the Tarantino one.
Oh,
Actually, it's
no.
not. We know it is. That one is still in the mix somewhere, possibly, but this is a completely separate
It's
thing.
unlikely to happen.
I think that concept's pretty much dead in the water right now.
Well, this is Hollywood, you guys. You never know.
I mean,
but
his
the point is,
concept
we know
was
this one.
a more fleshed out piece of the action.
Sort of. I mean, we never really knew for sure what it was. Yes, Brenda. I think we'd all love a DS9 movie. I don't think it's going to happen.
It's been too long.
I love DS9. A DS9 movie would be a terrible idea because the audience just isn't there.
Kale, no, they have not announced a director. This appears to be a separate idea than any of the others we've heard so far for the possible fourth Star Trek film, which isn't to say it won't be the one that we think it was, or the most recently, I'm forgetting her name. But at this point,
Vasquez.
yes, thank you. We don't know for sure that it is the one that she's been attached to. So we'll have to wait for more info. It is only 2 years away, folks. So that's not a long time in movie making terms. So we will probably get more info. Who's making a latte, and why aren't you giving me one?
I think that's Sean.
He's muted.
Well, hey,
mute your mic.
It might be Noah Hawley's movie
God,
that
he's
they've been
gonna-
working on forever.
Could be. That is. Oh, you're in the bathroom, Sean. Jeebus.
What the hell? No, we're gonna get that.
He's
no.
in. You're freaking out, Travis Lane.
He was going to take off his
Especially
pants
like-
live on
look,
the air.
Cover-
Save it for
cover
the
Lane's
OnlyFans,
eyes.
Sean.
Look, this is
Lane's
just,
eyes. Lane's.
This is just a natural progression of no pants. Then you get taken into the bathroom with a phone call. Then you hear the toilet flush. You're
Oh,
like,
God.
were you just in the bathroom?
At
It's
least,
like, yeah.
at least it isn't the picture of his drawers around his ankles taking a dump.
Thank you for that. Thank you for that visual,
Don't
Jose.
give, why are you giving him
at least
ideas
he's not
on
in the public bathroom like Dr. Disrespect.
Because a certain former Super Geeks host that's still part of our chat routinely posts himself in a bathroom with his shorts around his ankles taking a dump.
God. Welcome to the show, Rayna.
Yeah, welcome to the show, Rayna.
Only the classiest for you, Rayna. Only the classiest.
No, normally I was going to say normally we're not like this, except
We are.
Sean.
Very
Yeah,
much
we are.
Kind of
I've been
are.
watching you guys
I-
for a bit now, and
Dude,
it's way
Rick
different
knows
being
what
on
you're
here
doing.
than it is watching. I could say that for sure.
Yeah, I really
I
do
bet it
bring
is.
out the worst. I'm gone for a couple of months, and I really, when I come back, I really do bring out the worst in everyone.
Really do, Sean. We've missed you.
You're
okay.
number 3 in the group.
Let's go back to the topic about this new movie. Obviously, everyone's wondering what it's going to be about. I'm going to play the cynic here for a second, and because I think the last time we talked about this, which was just a few weeks ago, I think when the Kalinda news came out, and I said, how financially viable are we really looking at a Star Trek feature film in today's economy looking like? And so I'm going to raise that question again now that this has moved into a much more, I mean, it's scheduled, so that's a pretty definitive move on the part of Paramount. Where do you guys stand on that? I mean, like, how are they going to make this a
financially
successful?
viable simply because they bought the pit from Lucasfilm.
They bought the what?
They bought
from
the what?
Lucasfilm?
The pit that 360 fucking screen.
That.
Oh.
World. So they
To
didn't
be
buy it.
honest,
Okay, whoa, wait a minute, folks. One at a time. Let's start with Raul.
okay, to be honest, I think that they should try and do a different type of Kelvin universe movie. Try and focus in on a small story with a small storyline within a greater context, instead of having it be another kind of galaxy hopping, saving the universe type of thing.
Sean, sounds like you have something to say to that.
I'm on the. Apparently, I'm getting a phone call at the same time. I don't know how to stop this.
Oh, okay. We'll let you figure out your technical problems right there.
I'll be back.
And let's go to Sun. What do you think of all that, Sun?
I look. I'll be interested if it's a JJ Prize, JJ Trek version of Voyager. That would be fun.
No.
That's not going to happen.
No.
Imagine all of those erroneous torpedoes with lens flare.
No.
Listen. In the JJ verse, Janeway saves Tuvix.
Oh my God!
No, that's the mirror universe.
I would be for that. I would totally be for that.
We'll get to Janeway. We'll get to Janeway later in our episode tonight.
She finds a way to bring back Tuvok and save Tuvix and leave me like sound of it.
Okay, well, first I'm going to respond to Raul, which I think it's beautiful and lovely and wonderful what you just said, except it's the exact opposite of what makes for a successful, multi-billion-dollar tentpole film in today's economy.
I don't think the audience is there for that right now.
If they bring back Justin Lin, I mean, they could definitely pull it off.
I don't know. I would say that right now the audience for Star Trek is probably the highest it's ever been. There are 6 shows in production right now, so it's the audience and the landscape, I believe, has changed vastly than what it once was in 2016 when Beyond came out. I mean, Beyond was a great movie, and I'm still baffled that they considered it a financial failure despite it, topping its budget. And I am sure, with Discovery, Picard, Lower Decks, Prodigy coming, Strange New Worlds, all these shows that are on the horizon right now, the audience, I believe, has dramatically grown. And I believe a movie is finally, viable now. So,
okay, what do you have to say to that, Ross?
I'm in complete agreements. I want to see Star Trek back on the big screen, and I think the people in charge of Trek right now have a fairly decent collective set of heads on their shoulders, and could actually make a Star Trek film that potentially connects in one way or another with what we see on CBS All Access Paramount Plus work. And personally, I'm hoping that the Noah Hawley project is the one that got the announcement.
Yeah, my guess is that it's not, though, from what I read today. But again, we don't know for sure.
There wasn't anything in the announcement that said otherwise.
There was another article, I'll have to find it, that
okay.
said it was separate from everything we've heard about so far. But we'll see. I don't remember the source.
So here's a thought. A JJ Trek live-action version of Lower Decks.
Yeah, that's a thought.
It is a thought.
Wait! You're gonna have Sean respond to my theory.
If we get something completely new and original, that is related to anything that's come before.
I think they're in
a different ship, a different crew.
I got to be honest with you. My feeling on this is that, first of all, we've been getting. I got two trains of thought. We've been getting this for the last couple of years. It's on, it's off. It's on, it's off. It's on, it's off. It's like watching Sam and Diane on Cheers. The way I mean, so, but I expected that with the merger and the way they're really riding the back of this franchise, that there was no way they were going to keep it out of the theaters. I mean, I don't know what it's going to be, but I'm kind of thinking, I'm having a feeling of the same thing, that if you're going to do a Star Trek series that doesn't feature everything we already know, now is the time to do that. I think we are really living in a golden era for the franchise. I mean, this is way bigger than what it was during the 90s. We've got we've got 3 live action series currently in production, 2 animated, 1 in production, or 1 in pre-production in Section 31. No apparent stop to this. They're apparently trying to continue the trajectory of having new Star Trek on their system at every point during the year. So why not? You've got so much of the market seeing your brand now. Why not make up something new? I mean, I'm getting that idea that I think this is going to be something completely unexpected, something that's going to be tentpole. It's going to grab audiences, and look, it's kind of like this. We have a whole new generation of Star Trek fans, is how I look at it at this point. That don't, they don't really have the type of connections that the rest of us old farts do to the 90s Trek. So, for a lot of people, Discovery and Picard, Lower Decks, this is their first Trek. So why not introduce something new? That's my feeling.
Yeah, that's I think, Ross, you really hit it on the head when you said that the key opportunity they have now that they've never had or haven't had in a generation really is the ability to have the TV series and the film reinforce one another. I mean, that's really what has been. We've seen that work as a recipe for financial success with the Marvel Cinematic Universe. It's why we're all abuzz about WandaVision, and why we're abuzz about Falcon and Winter Soldier. We're seeing these direct connections, crossovers back and forth between stuff that's going on their online platform as well as in the theaters. And I think that is something that Paramount and CBS really need to look at as a model for making this thing work. Because one of the problems with Beyond, which made a lot of money, unfortunately, Travis, it did not make enough money. You have to basically make about twice your budget to be considered a successful, profitable film in Hollywood. Because on top of the production budget, you spend about as much on promotion and other things.
Marketing.
Marketing, exactly. And one of the legitimate, I think, criticisms of Beyond was that Paramount only did sort of a half-hearted marketing effort with that movie.
I hated the marketing for.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, they're really bad with the later movies anyway with marketing, and that's something that went all the way back to Star Trek 6. I mean, they were horrible with marketing.
The only movie I remember really aggressive marketing was 2009 and Into Darkness, and we all know how disastrous the marketing campaign for Into Darkness was.
Yeah, indeed.
Yeah, I
want to
interject
here.
I want to.
Hey, Rayna was trying to say something.
Absolutely.
All I was going to say was, as someone that's looking like that's just coming into it now, and I can say this from my perspective at least, I was hardcore Star Wars. I never even looked at Trek. But with how Disney's approaching the subject matter now is the prime time to get people in, because even the older shows that people may look at and not think, oh, they're outdated, if they give them a chance and look at them like I did, I was excited to get into a new world and see things and I'm a big sci-fi person, so to see everything new that I was missing out on before, like I would be excited to go all in. And this is the prime time. We have what? The Mandalorian. We have Rebels is coming to an end. Clone Wars has ended. Like we're coming to that end where that prime time is coming through. I said the same thing with Marvel. We just had Endgame come out, and don't get me wrong, the shows are good, but now's the time for DC to step in and start claiming that territory that they missed out on. I think it's a prime time, honestly, for Star Trek.
Yeah, I think that's actually a really good point, Rayna. That it's a natural kind of inflection point that DC would be smart to jump on. Warner Brothers would be smart to jump on. Not sure they're going to, though. Fosse, you've been so quiet. I know you've got things on your mind.
So one, I'm gonna say this announcement is bittersweet because while it does announce getting a new Star Trek film in 2 years, it also pushes the release of Top Gun 2 back to the fall. And damn it, I've been waiting a year for this movie already. What the hell?
Well, yeah, I agree with you on that one.
It's almost like you're a new Black Widow fan.
Exactly.
That one gets
Before the show, as we were kind of assembling, we were talking about like what are the best Star Trek films, and you kiboshed that conversation, Carlos, for the show. I
only put it on pause for the show.
But the best Star Trek films, in my opinion, are the ones that didn't need the biggest budgets. They weren't the ones steeped in grandeur. They weren't the ones who tried to tell the biggest, grandest stories. Nicholas Meyer. Star Trek II: The Wrath of Khan, in my opinion, is the best Star Trek film. It's one of the best pieces of cinema I think in of 80s cinema of cinema in general. I think it just tells a really good story. It's delivered in a very meaningful way. And it isn't while yes, it used some groundbreaking effects. It was still only an $11 million budget. Granted, this was in 1982, so adjusted for inflation.
It's a different economies of scale.
I understand, but what I'm trying to say is that you don't have to.
It didn't look cheap, is what you're saying.
Right. It didn't look cheap. You don't have to break the bank to tell an incredible story that is timeless and sucks people in. And as much as I enjoy watching the JJ films, they haven't done that. Like even none of the three, all three of them, like I used to defend them. I used to be really passionate about them. But over time, they're not what I return to. I return to really The Wrath of Khan, The Voyage Home, and The Undiscovered Country. Those three stories, because it was about characters.
The even-numbered ones.
Well, yes, the even-numbered.
No.
They are about character. They are about relationships. They are about shared struggle. And these are things that, I feel like the JJ films and even the TNG films really lacked. And
do you agree with me, though, if I say that it might be time for them to tell the story of a smaller story inside of a bigger universe instead of the grand space operas?
I agree with you, Raul. It's time to stop focusing on trying to build the blockbuster. I mean, I get it. You're trying to compete with Star Wars. You're trying to compete with Marvel. But when Star Trek has been the most successful on the film, on the silver screen, it was telling smaller, more impactful stories.
I mean, they got a great chance to do that now. I mean, with what Disney is doing with Star Wars and with the Marvel Universe, I mean, they could do something very similar with tie-ins to the movies and vice versa, and just make it one big gigantic universe again, where it's not all split different.
So the challenge here, though, is that Star Trek is broken up over several different time periods. You've got Strange New Worlds that's happening in the 22nd century. You've got Picard that's happening in the 23rd. You have Strange New Worlds happening in the 23rd century. Picard and Lower Decks is happening in the 24th century, and then now you have Discovery that's happening in the 32nd century. So the question is if you're thinking about the Star Trek universe, that new branding, where are you going to connect the sinew for this film at? I think the very likely scenario is that this could be a sequel film to either a post-Discovery It could be a post-Discovery movie, so Discovery wraps up and now we go into Discovery movies, or it could be a post-Picard TNG era movie that kind of brings that kind of wraps a bow around that entire era. Those are my kind of speculative thoughts.
I wanted to just bring up something about the MCU here. Am I the only one that gets the impression from the now 2 series, WandaVision and Falcon and the Winter Soldier, that these are just basically 8 weeks of ads for the MCU?
Yes. Yeah. Well, they're using it for world building, Sean.
Right. They're keeping it keeping the brand prominent.
Yes, absolutely.
See, here's an idea. What if they decide to reboot the entire Star Trek universe?
Oh God, Justin, please no.
They already did that.
They have it.
They have a completely blank canvas where they can do anything in the Kelvin universe.
Yeah, I'm with Ross in this one. You don't need to reboot the entire universe. That's ridiculous.
Well, I mean, they can do it in the Kelvin universe. I mean, they don't have to not do it, but they can in the Kelvin universe.
Look, I think there's something to say about the approach, especially with the MCU. Not so much with the Star Wars universe, because I think Star Wars, they kind of decided we're gonna get away from the movies a little bit here and really focus on television. Where with the MCU, I think the idea has always been to try to include television. I remember the end of the first season of Agents of Shield, and the closing part of that episode, it's literally a lead-in to Winter Soldier, and I had no desire, not really no desire, but I wasn't excited about it. I would have gone to see it eventually, but I really wasn't excited to go see Captain America and the Winter Soldier. And then that season finale of Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. happened, and I was there the next day. I mean, that's the kind of impact it had. So I think that's something that they've been trying to make work for a long time with the MCU, and Disney Plus really has given them that vehicle to do that.
I will slightly agree with that.
Yeah, the Netflix series, I enjoyed the Netflix series, but the Netflix series don't have a whole lot of connective tissue to the MCU, despite the fact that they're part of it.
I feel like with Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., the problem is that they tied hard into that. They ended up not liking where it was going and then decanonized it in sort of a weak sense of saying it. But I think where these shows like WandaVision and Falcon and the Winter Soldier go, they are compelling stories compared to Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. Like these characters that don't get a lot of screen time, I'm actually really glad that they're doing that, because you still have that hero for everyone. And I'll admit, I did not like the Falcon at all through any of the MCU movies, even Winter Soldier, which is my favorite. I have a whole new respect for him now. You get kind of where he comes from.
I'm so on board with you on that one. After tonight's episode, I was I've never liked Sam more than I like him right now.
Exactly.
Right, I agree with that.
Yeah,
they've been, look, it's kind of like the best parts of all these stories. It's the character building. That's what really makes it. And what these 2 new series have done, they've really been worked very hard at developing these characters. Even the the little 7-minute Legends. I think they're the Legends videos they have on Disney Plus that focus on these characters from these 2 series. I think they're very important, because it's a reminder, hey, yeah, these characters, even though they got buried in here in this massive MCU, they have compelling arcs. And so now we're going to tell you a little bit more about it. And now you're going to want to go see the next movie that comes out. And
I know it's made me more excited to go see Doctor Strange. I was already excited about that, but after seeing WandaVision and kind of the implications behind that, I'm more excited now, because you have that context and you see, because you get a tease in his first movie. WandaVision just lets it all go.
Well,
okay,
I'll say this.
Wait just a second, because we're straying from the topic. Let's put a pin in this discussion, because we're going to come back to review of the latest episode of Falcon and Winter Soldier, we can continue it then. Let's wind up our discussion about the new Star Trek movie in a segment I'm calling Wisdom or Worries. So each of you, if you had either a word of wisdom to share with the producers of this unnamed, untitled Star Trek film, or something they should worry about or should be careful that they do not do, choose one and tell us what you would tell them. Let's start with Sun. Wisdom or worry?
Wisdom. Don't worry about the fans. They will sort themselves out.
Hell,
Oh,
yeah.
God damn.
Yes.
God damn it. Oh,
I think
wow. We're again sharing the
You
same
just
brain.
broke Sean.
you broke Sean.
Again. Not the first time she's done this. I'm back
Indeed.
for 20
Broke
minutes.
the
and
pants
look what
right off
happened,
him.
For fuck's sake.
I'm really good at breaking
Oh.
people.
She really is.
She really
Okay,
is.
Sean, since you're broken, Sean, you get to go next. Worry or wisdom?
Well, I'd say it's along the same lines, and I guess I'll go with this. Wisdom. Make a product that will appeal to all audiences. Which is really kind of the same thing I was saying. Don't worry about the fans.
It is kind of. It is. Okay, Fosse, worry or wisdom?
A little bit of both. Heart over spectacle.
Okay, Stalwart Justin?
I agree.
Don't do Into Darkness.
Okay, so that would be a worry then, I think. Raul Baul.
Mine would be wisdom. Think outside the box this time. Try and reimagine the universe differently.
All right, excellent. Travis, please consult with Lane and then tell us which you choose.
Lane, am I the only one that likes the JJ movies anymore?
No, plenty of us still
No.
like them.
I like them.
Everybody
They're
likes
fun
trashing
movies
my
to
favorite
watch.
Movies here,
I-
Lane.
I love
But-
Benedict Cumberbatch as a villain. He's
Wow.
just enticing.
That's
No,
a discussion
I
for another
just
day.
wish they wouldn't have tried
Wait,
to
this is
Delicious.
Travis's time to talk. Go ahead. And Lane's.
The only thing I only have one thing to say: make it happen.
All right, excellent. Put your money where your mouth is, Paramount. Rayna.
I would say wisdom. Do not use a gimmick to market a product. Make a compelling story. Bring
Excellent.
people in. Don't make it a toy or a book or anything. Just make it something that people are going to want to go watch.
Side note: I
Excellent.
will totally buy the toys.
I know you will.
By the way, I'm still
No
waiting for my
BB-8.
taser, Fosse.
No BB-8 or Baby Grogu.
Thank you.
I like.
And
I
don't
like-
blow the ship up at the end of the friggin' movie.
Oh God, bitterness.
Well,
Okay,
How we
I'd
got
rather
new
do.
ships though into Beer Festival.
Damn you, Justin!
Okay, I'd
Okay,
rather
that
do.
was an appropriate use, Justin. That
That
was
was-
appropriate use.
That was yes, we agree with that one, Justin. Okay, Ross, worry or wisdom?
Wisdom. Don't be afraid of high concept.
I think
Star
that's the
Trek
opposite
is
of-
all about provocation of thought, about exploration of ideas, and we've seen in several good iterations of Trek movies that it is possible to ask provocative questions and have a successful film.
All right. All right. Thank you for your wisdom and worries. I think that's everyone. Yes, I didn't skip anybody. Good. Well, I'm gonna put a pause on that one so we can get onto our next topic, which is this week we had First Contact Day. Happy First Contact Day, everyone! This week, and we got a lot of news about a lot of Star Trek coming up, starting with a fairly long season 4 teaser trailer for Star Trek Discovery. What did we think of that? Starting with those cool new uniforms.
Yes.
Justin, you start us off.
Yes. Those uniforms are so much better than the other ones. I mean, gray ones were okay, don't get me wrong, but they kind of like the spark that these ones give. I mean, they're trying to be like, go back to the pure of exploration again, I guess. The colors that they chose. I really like it. They really look
But-
good.
Someone's jumping in.
Don't they look frumpy?
Well,
No.
I mean, they at least they don't blend into the background like the other ones
They
do.
don't. You know what keeps them from frump are the epaulets on the shoulders and the little whatever you call the thing on the neck.
Yeah, I guess.
Pips.
Well, where the pips go, but there's a name for that decoration that goes on there. Anyway, I think that makes them keeps them from being frumpy.
Plain Jane, yeah. I
It's
mean,
called
they
a
look
band-
really
it's
nice.
Oh,
What? What?
Try again, Sean.
You're Skyping, Sean.
We've lost contact.
We need to make
More
first contact
power.
with Sean.
Need
Okay,
more
well-
power to the communications ray.
All right, I've got a hot take.
All right, go for it, Travis.
Uh-oh.
Honestly, the uniforms, I like at the end of season 3 with Discovery with the gray uniforms, I did believe they kind of lacked a little pizzazz, but I have never really cared for the full color uniforms of things like the original series, or in this case, the season 4 Discovery. I always thought that they looked just a little odd. I have always been a fan of the more professional, DS9 later DS9 stylistic kind of uniforms, and even Star Trek Online has some pretty good kind of blacks with the color tops. I just I dig that kind of style more than I do full blue, full yellow, full red. I always thought it just looked a little too out of place.
Their pants are black, just so you know.
Still, I like a little neutral, or a little black on the upper, a little blacker, you know what I'm getting at. I can't talk tonight.
You're talking about not so much color, and you want accents rather than full on.
Yeah, I like accents.
Color.
Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, I think my initial reaction to these uniforms was kind of along those lines, Travis. But they're growing on me, to tell you the truth. I like the fact that they're based on kind of a jacket over pants, as opposed to like a onesie, like they were in Next Generation.
Coveralls, not onesie. Coveralls.
As you wish, as you will.
Well, at least you're not scanned.
But they're growing on me, and I think that that will come around to liking them eventually. So we'll check in with you in a year, and Travis, and see if you've changed your mind. Okay, other things that you guys that caught your eye out of this trailer that you're excited about, Son.
Wait, what
If
trailer?
you're there, you're muted.
What
Discovery.
what caught your eye in this trailer that made you excited?
Nothing.
Really? Well,
Like I said, the hype thing doesn't happen anymore. I look at, I don't get hype about shit anymore. Like even the Q thing was like, yeah, called that.
Yeah.
I can't wait to get to that topic.
We'll get to that
Carlos
in
put a
good time.
raid.
We'll get to
I
that
mean,
in good time.
I watched the trailer and I was like, okay, yeah, let's hope Burnham at least stays in the fucking captain seat and does the tactician thing, which she's always been good at over the 3 different seasons. She's just not good at being on the ground doing shit.
All right. Well, we'll see if that's going to happen this time. They're certainly setting her up to look like she's going to from this trailer. And I assume, by the way, that was the president of the Federation that we saw, who was talking about this is bigger than just the Federation and non-Federation.
Yeah, but
Bajoran/Cardassian.
Question. Wait, is she Cardassian or is she Denobulan?
She's not.
She
Denobulan.
is a hybrid.
Yeah, Ross
She's
is right.
Bajoran Cardassian.
Yeah.
We get to see the Nobulan later on in another part of the trailer.
Did we?
Yeah, there's 2 Nobulan Starfleet officers.
One thing
Okay.
I guess is worth one thing that's worth noting is that there's a lot of speculation right now regarding the season plot of this upcoming season. that was a weird sentence to say. Now that it just exited my mouth. There's a lot of people are talking about the gravitational anomaly, and there's some speculation as to is this going to be the mystery of season 4, and I'm personally hoping that it's not the case. My guess is that this is mainly just maybe one episode. Like Discovery has not been filming that long. It's only been filming for maybe a little over a month, I'd say.
Nope,
maybe
they started shooting in November.
November.
Yep.
Oh well.
Yeah.
Maybe.
So it's been close to 6 months.
All right. Well,
Didn't they wrap?
Not yet.
I don't think so.
No. Get that off the screen. And never show it again. Yeah, I'm gonna dark helmet that. But yeah, I'm hoping that that's not really the case because Jesse Gender on YouTube actually touched base with this, in that Discovery, when they do this mystery box type of thing, they tend to have a weak finale, if that makes sense.
I'm tired of the season-long MacGuffin. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm hoping that
mystery MacGuffin.
Which what Sean said. I love Discovery, but this their reliance on red signals, the burn, this potential gravitational anomaly. It's it is starting to feel a little formulaic. I'm hoping that they can get a little bit more creative with what they want.
Well, remember that one of the things they said at the end of season 3 was that we should expect a more episodic treatment in season 4. So you can still have a bigger threat, but have stories that are much more episodic on an episode basis. So you can have the best of both worlds.
I'm not saying that they can't have any serialization. I'm just hoping that the serialization aspect of this season isn't necessarily leaning towards a big anomaly, seasons 2, seasons 3 were, if that makes sense.
Well, yeah, what you don't want is to go into it, watch one episode, skip the next 12, watch number 13, and just wait for previously on Discovery, and then you watch the episode, you've got the whole damn season figured out. That's what you don't want. I agree with you on that. Go ahead, continue, Travis.
I don't really know what else to say. I'm hoping, I am very much hoping that they focus on, they've hinted at rebuilding the Federation. I'm hoping that's a big part of the season.
I think it is a big part of it. I think it is. Because they made several references to
Justin.
What is that about?
That was sphere builders.
I got a quick question to ask, and then I have a comment. Okay, first, am I wrong? But are a lot of the writers on Discovery novel writers, like Star Trek novel writers? They have a background in writing Star Trek novels.
Most of them are. I know Kristen Beyer was, at least.
Right. So, but here's the thing.
I don't think most of them are. Some of them are, but not most.
Okay.
Most of them are TV writers.
I think you think of Shaban from Picard.
Well, what I'm getting at here is when you've got Star Trek novel writers, they're used to writing the MacGuffin of the novel. I mean, that's basically what most Star Trek novels are. It's kind of the way Discovery's been playing out, where there's some big mystery that they're all working to figure out by the end of the book. So I'm just getting that kind of idea that's been bleeding into our show here. As far as the Federation rebuilding, I look at it kind of like, I want to see it done like the way it was done on Deep Space Nine with Bajor. How Bajor was rebuilt. Because what I loved about that, how they did that, was the amount of nuance, the amount of conflict, the amount of shades of gray that was involved in all of that. I'm reminded of things like, I think it's a first season episode where, Kira, who's a lifelong, terrorist and freedom fighter, who fought for independence, who fought for the downtrodden, the oppressed, she's a bureaucrat and she's forced to get this one guy, old man, off a planet.
Oh, that's progress.
I love that episode.
It's a great episode. It co-stars the late, great, wonderful Brian Keith.
Yeah.
Underrated episode.
Well, it looks like George C. Scott a lot.
Yes, he does. He's very easy to get too confused. Yep. So, I would love to see deep dives like that on Discovery, because Discovery, it's like, I like the show a lot. I don't love it. I like it a lot. I am so glad it's finding success, and I really think it just has so much potential. And I'm not giving up on it because I see a little bit more each season. Like the first half of season 3, I thought was just
Justin.
And it just started kind of tailing off for me at the end, where I started to lose interest a bit. But still, I think there's a lot going for this show, and it's like what Ross says about, and Jason too, about Star Trek films being able to have heart. You can do these stories with heart, and I'm just hoping for the best is what it comes down to.
Well, I think that we're going to have to continue. I mean, we're going to have several different Star Trek type shows on, several different Star Trek shows on, and they're going to have to be tonally and themely and story wise different. I think Discovery will continue to be the MacGuffin season long story that will be driven by the one, and then the more serialized will be Strange New Worlds, and then Picard will continue to be that human drama. But I'm afraid
Strange New Worlds is not being advertised as serialized.
Yeah, it is.
No, it's not. It's Planet of the Week, dude. We talked about that several times.
I'm sorry. You're right. Not serialized. It's
right.
I think you just misspoke.
Yeah. But I think you have to keep these shows uniquely different from each other, or you run into the 90s Trek problem.
Yeah, I agree. Totally agree.
Yeah.
Let's not go into super.
Yeah, there should be no reset buttons, is what you're saying.
No reset buttons.
Yeah, I mean, because we live in a world. If you're living in a world of streaming platforms where you can catch up at any time, you don't need reset buttons.
Right.
Reset buttons existed for a reason, a financial reason, frankly, back in the day, because you could only broadcast one show a week, and people couldn't go back and catch up. They can now. They can catch up in a day if they want to.
Or like magically how the Enterprise would have no battle damage after their escape from a battle. It'd be all pristine.
That's exactly what we're talking about.
You all missed my Back to the Future reference.
We did.
I said, what's a rerun?
Oh, I didn't even hear it. Otherwise, I would have laughed.
Speaking of Back to the Future reference, we're not.
Yeah, we'll get to that in a second.
We're not there yet.
That one.
We're getting there.
We're getting there. Okay. Any last things that stood out from this teaser trailer for Discovery Season 4 for you? Saru, indeed. I'm glad you brought that up.
Because not only do we see him on, I assume it's Kelplan, but we see him in some type of decorative
regalia.
Chest, yeah, and then we see him again. It's the shot's not really clear, so we don't know for sure if it's Saru or another Kelplan. But Kelplan. We don't know if it's for sure him or not, but it looks really close.
My guess is that you're seeing two different parts of the season there. In one part of the season, he will be on the Discovery, and another one he's not. So I think that's the answer there. Because I did go back.
Or really simple. Because here's the thing: I've noticed this about teaser trailers, especially. They usually only show you scenes from the first episode, so you could be seeing him at different stages where he's out of uniform, like because he's on the planet doing whatever, and then he joins the crew. So that it very well could be that.
They showed him with the. They showed him with the Vulcan ambassador too, didn't they?
Yeah, they had
I think they're going to go into the ambassador route with Saru. It makes them for his story arc. It makes perfect sense.
It makes the most sense.
I
It
do.
does.
I
And that's
agree.
something that we all called back in our prediction
And
show that was going to happen.
let's not lie. There was chemistry between him and that Navarre
Oh
Yeah.
president.
Oh, I almost guarantee you we're going to see something there.
And here's what stuck out for me about the Navarre president. We saw her in a couple different shots. The one that I thought was interesting was the one where she was mind melding with Book.
Ooh,
Did you see that one?
I do. I briefly recall it. Yeah.
Yeah, there's something going on there. And we did get, of course, our obligatory quick shot of the queen herself, Grudge. What the hell's going on with that cat, people?
I say she's a changeling.
Gary
I was-
7.
I was,
Big
Grudge may have been the second most underutilized Star Trek character in modern Trek.
They are slow
number
burning
one.
Grudge.
Followed
Number one.
or number one is number one.
Agreed on both counts.
Yeah.
They're slow burning Grudge. Something's going to happen at some point. It's not going to be soon.
I swear it's going to be a changeling. I almost
No,
bet.
that's almost too easy. It's almost too easy. It's got to be something else.
It's
It's
gonna
a
be
trope.
it's gonna be a multiverse where we go into the new series Star Trek Cats.
Oh God! Oh no! Please don't bring up the butthole cut because I just can't do it.
Memories all alone. Sorry.
Okay,
Stop it.
I have a question. I have a question for the crowd here. Okay, looking back on the first 3 seasons of Discovery, was it a mistake on the writer's part, in your opinion, that Burnham was not the captain of her ship from the word go?
No,
No.
No.
Okay.
I have really enjoyed I'm sure we'll start to see comments from Greg pop up here now. I have thoroughly enjoyed watching Burnham's journey. It has been the best. It's been one of the best parts of Discovery to see somebody kind of like think they know who they are, but completely through deconstruction.
Mark Haynes is on fire tonight.
Mark is. This is.
Oh my God, Mark.
Anyway, the deconstruction and reconstruction of Burnham into the captain has been really, to me, the best part of Discovery these last 3 seasons. And I think if you just set her as captain and announce it, I think you would have missed some really good character development.
As a singular character, her progression has been so satisfying. Like he said, it's been enjoyable. The rest of the crew seems to meld very well with this progression and with their own character progressions. I've been very impressed with Discovery, despite their writers' change in the writers' room.
Okay, so let me ask this question then. What do you think? Because mind you, I've been away from you guys for a while. I wasn't even here for the finale of season 3. So, what do you think has been let's put it this way, the biggest missed opportunity over the first 3 seasons? My opinion, it's the lack of underutilization of the supporting cast, of the ensemble cast.
Yeah.
That's my opinion.
I had to agree
They
there.
had some really great moments to shine in season 3, more so than any of the other seasons. Owosekun's, especially her hero moments at the end of season 3, was awesome. And seeing everyone work together after Osira took over Discovery as they all managed to escape, it was really great to see.
Yeah, I would say that in terms of the character development of the supporting cast, the only Star Trek series that has done it better is DS9.
Right, I agree.
Absolutely.
I understand the argument that like the supporting cast has been underutilized, but the supporting cast of this show is so much larger than the supporting cast of any of the other series. I mean, you have background performers that are continuing to come back, and you only had a handful of times with TNG. Like, what's her name, Lieutenant Ray or Ensign Ray, the one with the shorter haircut. Like, she was in a couple episodes of TNG. Then she was
Ro.
No, not Ro.
No, I know who you're talking about.
Lieutenant J.
Yeah, that person.
Right? Like understand that like Detmer is like Lieutenant J, right? But far more expanded. Like, because the roles are similar. Like these Detmer and Woshikin and a lot of the bridge crew were really kind of background performers that were consistent through the season that have grown into a larger, more ensemble cast. This cast, like I said, this ensemble isn't 7. This ensemble, if you count out, it's like 12. When you count like Jet Reno and you count,
it is difficult to squeeze everyone in there.
Yeah.
So I think we're all in agreement that we need more Linus. I think we're all in agreement.
Listen,
I think it is. I actually just watched that episode, the one where he was introduced, at the beginning of season 2, I think, when they went in the elevator and he sneezes on that obnoxious science officer.
That's awesome.
And I was like, I loved him from that, alien snot, man. Alien snot.
And we're only keep in mind, like, if this was like a regular season of Star Trek, right? We're 3 seasons in, whereas if this was like the full, like what we think of like a 23, 26 episode production, we're only like 2/3 of the way through season 2.
That's true.
Yeah, that's a good way of looking at it. Okay, let's move on to the next big reveal we got this week, and apparently I have to eat crow here as we saw a teaser for Star Trek Picard season 2, which gave us, it was really less of a teaser. It was pretty overt that Q will be making a comeback, and as Fosse is fond of saying, quote, the trial continues, unquote. Fosse.
The trial
never ends. Sorry, never ends.
Never ends. Right.
Okay, so let me say this to start out. You all know, and the folks at home know that
Q is Carlos's favorite
I have
character.
not seen such twisting from politicians as I've seen from Carlos tonight.
What? I haven't said anything yet.
Exactly.
Which is very much like
Because we all know you're going to find a way to weasel your way out of going.
Well,
but I didn't.
hang on.
I didn't say he was going to be in a. No. What we all heard you say was no, and then when we brought up ways that they could, you go, "That's an interesting thing. I might like that."
Thank you for saying that, son,
Mark.
because that's exactly correct. That has been my consistent position. That if it's mariachi band playing Q, I'm totally against it. But if they're
And
going to take it,
Variety's already got an article that says he's not.
exactly, so yay. I think there are things you could do with Q that would be completely in keeping with the tone that Picard has set, and I would probably be satisfied with them. And so if they're going to do that, great. Just don't make it mariachi Q.
Yeah,
Okay,
like,
so-
Can we get a little mariachi Q? Just a
Can,
little bit?
No.
Can I put the similarities of Mariachi Q and Mariachi Elon Musk? Does anybody notice that? Is this just me? Okay, never mind.
It's just you, because Elon Musk is kind of racist. So, and Q isn't. He's just a jerk.
Let's be
You're
honest. You want to make
infuriating
it Q
lame.
again.
Okay, first and foremost, I want to say one thing that we're all fucking thinking, and that is, God damn it, George!
Yes. He did it again.
He's reaching out from beyond the grave, everyone.
George predicted this a year before the first episode ever was on anyone's radar. So
No,
yes,
that's
he
yours,
called
guys.
he called Q. So
And he also called this Q.
But
yeah. So I want to but beyond that, when you look at the Q, when you look at the utilization of Q, the utilization of Q was absolute best when it was at its most cerebral. Okay.
Yes.
Period.
Tapestry.
You look at Tapestry for one. I like the Q in the Gray. Death
Q in the
Wish
Gray
is Death Wish is one of my favorite episodes of all time of Voyager.
Yeah, Death Wish is good.
There's, it goes on what you leave behind. Not what you leave behind. All good things.
All
Good
good
things.
things.
All
Good
good
Things was very good
is,
Q.
is so brilliant, and it's by far I think the best series finale of any Trek series ever done.
Oh,
So-
absolutely.
So that's
No.
the Q I want. The one that's making Picard turn inward and be introspective.
Well, he has the perfect platform to do that, considering Picard is not really, or is
Picard.
he Picard anymore?
Well, see,
Yeah,
that's what I
that's
think
the
it's going to
question.
be.
well, that's see,
That's
Q
the
is the
question.
only character in that whole universe that can help Picard find his humanity in his new state. He's the only character who has routinely shown the ability to cause Picard to think beyond the
His
limits
own
of human
limitations.
nature, his own limitations.
Yep.
And I think that's where I think that's going to be Q's role in the story.
Or
Exploring
one of the
the
founders could have
unlimited
easily done the same
possibilities
role.
Hey,
of
whoa.
existence.
Ross first, then Raul.
Sorry. Exploring the unlimited possibilities of existence.
Ah, well put, Ross. Raul?
I think one of the changelings could have been introduced to do the same activity as Q. I think that they're a state in between states of beings, so they live in almost a post spacefaring race.
I don't disagree with you, Raul.
Yes.
I think the Chainlinks could have done it, but I think Q and his relationship with Picard.
Yeah, that's
Picard
true.
Has,
I agree
Picard
with
has
that.
no
I
relationship
agree.
with the changelings.
No, he
Right,
doesn't.
right.
No, he doesn't.
I mean, with everything that we've seen in Tapestry, with Q showing up, I would totally expect it's going to be some path to help Picard explore his new existence. And considering what we saw in the trailer, which I'm sure we'll be talking about here in a minute, I'm assuming it's going to be a trip through Picard's past.
Maybe not. We'll see. Travis, were you going to say something?
Yes. I am totally fine with Q being here. However, I gotta I'm going to be very, very disappointed if by the season's end it's just a snap of the finger and he is back in his usual state. I don't want Q to be a potential reset button.
That would be the worst.
I agree that Q is best when he is, in cerebral episodes. We were talking about Tapestry just now. And another one of my personal favorites that he's in, even if it's a little bit more on the goofy side, but still kind of cerebral, is Deja Q. That's one of my personal favorites. When he
Is that the Borg one?
No, it's the one
No,
where he is kicked out of the continuum and he becomes a human.
I have an IQ of 3083.
But I mean, if it's just going to we kind of saw Q was likely to make an appearance at some point, especially with Guinan coming back next season, which I am ecstatic
We'll
about.
actually have the Yoda versus Palpatine fight out of Guinan and
Maybe. I think one of the things that you point to, Travis, and if I'm hearing you right, and I agree with, is that Q has always been his most effective as a character when he basically starts the ball rolling, lets Picard roll with it, and then comes back at the end. That's what happened in All Good Things. It's what happened in Tapestry.
Yep.
And, it's what happened with whichever one.
Q-Who?
Well, yeah.
Farpoint.
The Gray and the Q.
Yeah, that was so over the top. No, the one where he introduced him to the Borg.
Q-Who.
Yeah, Q-Who. Thank you. So I think that's the best. So we may only see Q at the beginning of the season and the end of the season, which I'm okay with.
I want to point this out that is kind of almost exactly what happened with Troy and Riker. All this build up, they were like, "Oh, they're going to be on the show. We got 2 fucking episodes out of them, folks. That's it."
Yeah, I think it's the same.
But
not to derail things too badly, but Justin made me do it.
ASMR moment.
Shut up.
Okay. Who's going to say something? Fosse?
Well, I wanted to point out something about the Q. And my theory on the Q has always been, from the very beginning, is that the Q looked at humanity from the perspective of the next greatest hope for the universe. And that's pretty much what Q thought his job was to kind of guide them through, but kick their ass at the same time. And almost like the Bobby Knight of intergalactic omniscient beings.
Basically a coach.
Yeah,
Like a good
exactly.
coach.
Right, exactly. And that's kind of what I've always felt this. And I think it's very poignant considering what we went through in season 1, in that, this Federation, this Starfleet is not the Starfleet in the Federation during Picard's heyday. This is it's a reflection, as Star Trek has always done well, a reflection of contemporary times.
Mm-hmm.
And I think I get this idea that this is all going to play together. We're back to Q, trying to, like you said, get that ball rolling and really address some of these bigger issues.
Okay, so let's take a look at what that ball rolling may entail. And we're going to pitch it over to you in a second, Fase, because I know you're on the lookout for these things. We got a lot of Easter eggs, a lot of clues in that relatively short teaser, some that took a while to sort of ferret out, but I'm sure all of them have some meaning. So Jason, why don't you start us off? What were the things that stood out to you that you think are the best clues that aren't just Easter eggs thrown in for fun, but actually are clues about something we're going to see in the season? Go.
We are going to see time travel. Okay. Of some kind, we're going to see time travel.
Oh, how brave and stunning of you on Star Trek.
Listen. This has nothing to do with Picard's treatise on time that kind of mirrors his words from Generations. It has nothing to do with the little sands of the hour clock running from backwards. It has to do with the clock at the very start of the trailer. That
10:04.
clock is set at 10:04, which is the exact same time in which a bolt of lightning strikes the clock tower in Hill Valley, sending Marty back to the future. There's going to be time travel in this.
And then there's also Paradise Lost.
We see. Well, hold on. We see the Bahala Stone from Deep Space Nine.
Deep Space Nine. The Reckoning Stone.
The Reckoning Stone. So it's very possible we could see some ties into the Prophets. We could see a tie into Deep Space Nine overall and some of the characters from Deep Space Nine. I think tonally, though, this movie will have sinew connected to Generations in the same way that the season 1 had sinew connected to Nemesis.
Okay, interesting take. Raul.
I didn't notice anything that nobody else has not pointed out yet. I would just like to say that the person the people that they have hired to do their writing for them have been known to do time travel stories constantly. So I think that that's the strongest evidence that they're going to do time travel again.
Okay, so let's look for a theme here. Justin, you seem to be thinking there's one.
Well, the obvious. I think the hourglass running backward is a big part of it too, because not only do we get the clock tower little drop there with at the beginning, we get Paradise Lost. Well, what happened in Paradise Lost? That was all about that crazy admiral who was trying to prevent Dominion from coming and taking over the Federation by becoming the bad guy. What happened at the end of at the beginning of Picard? The Federation is pretty much the bad guy. They have turned their backs on everybody and pretty much gotten to snub their nose. But status quo because of the attack. We have that, and then we see what happens with that later on down at Discovery. The Federation pretty much after the burn just gave up on everybody. It locked themselves away behind the bubble. So I don't know how far this is going to dive. Yeah.
I got a question for you because I did not catch the Paradise Lost reference in the trailer. Could you expand on that for me?
The book. There was a book on it. I think it was Paradise Lost.
John Milton's Paradise Lost.
Okay.
Yeah.
Milton's Paradise is about redemption of the devil.
Right.
So just to give people some context. So that particular book being placed there is a good say-see to what's coming up in terms of tone and scope for Picard himself.
And then you have freaking Prophet Stone. Why would Picard have that?
Yeah, they're
Well,
two direct
it's not just-
DS9. They're
Okay.
two direct. I'll let you go in a second, son.
Okay.
There are two direct DS9 tie-ins right here. One is the Reckoning Stone from DS9. The other is Paradise Lost, which was an episode of DS9. It's a sort of a Dark Federation episode in which Sisko becomes appointed head of Starfleet security. Thank you, and discovers a conspiracy on the part of highly placed people in Starfleet.
What if? And I know we've seen in the past that Avery Brooks said he was done with Star Trek, but Patrick Stewart said the same thing at one point in time. And look what happened.
Patrick Stewart didn't give up acting. He never.
Well, no, but
and
what if they're getting
completely different people? So you can't use one as an example.
No, but if the story was good enough, what if they get Avery Brooks to come back and reprise his role as Sisko?
Avery Brooks never said he was done with Star Trek. He said he was done talking about Star Trek on conventions and interviews and things like that. He's never
that's
said.
True, but he stopped acting.
Or he has stopped acting. He's now teaching and things like that. But that's not to say that.
Mark Haynes may be right. Sisko may return. That'd be great. I'm not opposed to it. But I also don't think it's absolutely necessary.
I mean, with the whole bit of the Paul Wraith, the damn.
It's not going to be about the damn Paw Wraiths. That's too.
What was the emissary stone about? I mean, it's kind of something going to go down. It's got to be something to tie in with Sisko and the prophets, or something that's happening or happening.
The thing that makes Picard run. Wait, I'll say that in a second. I'm sorry, son. I promised you could go next.
Okay, so I think you guys are actually missing the. Well, it's not surprising that you're missing a deeper context here. Okay, so the best episodes of Q that you all just talked about involve what? Time travel. They all have Tapestry.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
The All Good Things. Even Death.
Q who didn't.
Even Death Wish talks about Quinn's past life, and they bring Riker straight out of Next Generation.
Yep. It was.
Now,
with Riker, it could have been concurrence.
No, because of uniforms.
Yeah.
Q himself may start this ball rolling, and here's where I'm going to tie in Paradise Lost. Both Paradise Lost. You have Q starting a ball rolling by giving Picard a chance, or forcing upon him the chance to correct something. And that something, because of Paradise Lost, both of them, the Federation one from DS9 is the redemption of Sisko for falling into that totalitarian, authoritarian kind of spectrum based on fear and being redeemed from it. And in the same way, the book Paradise Lost is the redemption of the Federation's, not only the Federation, but the Romulans' current devil, Synths. I think that's what Q is going to give Picard the chance to do.
That would make a lot of sense.
Sun has it on the nose.
Yeah, that is a very compelling theory.
What if what Picard is about to do is what causes the Romulans to hate the Synths in the first place?
To hate the what?
We know what caused the Romulans to hate the Synths in the first place.
Yeah, but what if it's because of something Picard does?
It has nothing to do with Picard.
We don't know.
About the admonition that the Jat Vash found.
Yeah, you're missing it.
He's saying if you're going back in time, it could be something that's related. I don't think so.
But it has nothing to do with anything that happened back in time.
If he sends him back in time, it could.
The only way you're going to get that to happen is if Q intentionally sends Picard back to the Takan Empire era. That's the only way you're going to get that to happen. Yeah. And the whole way this shit is set up from right now, it seems like that Q is going to set Picard on a path to fix the Federation's mistake.
Yeah, I mean that makes sense.
But didn't we learn like isn't that counter to the lesson we learned in Tapestry though?
What do you mean? Say more.
Yeah, I kind of see that.
In Tapestry, the idea was that like you have to go through, you have to go through darkness, or you have to go through hard times to learn and grow and develop. Right? When Picard removed the one thing in his life that he saw as a regret, he talked about just pulling that string was like unraveling the tapestry.
Mm-hmm.
But Picard's not mortal anymore. At least
Yes,
not
he is.
as we think. At least not as we think of it.
No, but my opinion, my point is that although the Federation was wrong in what they did against the synths, if you pull on that string, does that undo more and cause more damage long term? Because that's kind of the lesson we learned in Tapestry. It would be like almost the opposite lesson.
That's an interesting theory because everything, all those things, the things with the synths, the mistakes with the synths, the mistakes with the Romulans, all of those things are intertwined with Picard as a character. And the redemption of the Romulans, I think, is actually a really intriguing possibility to explore as a result of it. So
maybe you'll go back and try to save the Doctor.
No. We're not going to think anything like that. It's more about
that takes away the whole thing about Navarre.
Yeah. It doesn't make any sense. It's a link. It's like in Doctor Who, they have, what do they call those points in time that you cannot change?
Fixed points in time,
Fixed points in time. That's what Hobus is.
That's
what Hobus is.
One thing I'm going to just go ahead and say.
Say it.
I know that you're being very quiet right now, Rayna, because there's probably not a lot you can contribute. But we're talking a lot about Q, and I know that you said that Q, when you watched Encounter, was a rather compelling antagonist.
Oh, he was my favorite thing. I'll admit, when I started, I'm like, oh, dear God, please tell me this isn't going to be something campy. And then I was like, when Q came on, like, it was like, oh, God, here we go. But then he really sold me, and I like how he challenges Picard. Like, I haven't seen very much, like I said, but every time he comes on, I squeal. Like, I love Q. So if there's more of him, dude, I'm all in, because he is become like my favorite. Like, every time he shows up, I have a good time. I know that for sure.
Q on
for some treats.
Q on TNG is wonderful. Q on Deep Space Nine is interesting. Q on Voyager is shit.
Q on Deep Space Nine got knocked the fuck out by Cisco.
Picard never hit me.
Hey,
I'm not Picard.
I'm not Picard. That's one of my favorite. That's one of my favorite lines.
Sorry, Rayna, we're ruining everything for you. I apologize.
Oh no. I just really like how he always challenges, and
I agree.
Yeah,
and I feel like Picard. I love watching him struggle. Actually, like to figure out every time, because when he finally figures it out, it is so satisfying every time, and it never gets old.
Yeah,
I love it. I love it.
It's almost like
Go ahead, son.
It's almost like the debates we have with Carlos. Maybe we should call him Culos. Because when you finally figure out how to defeat him in an argument, it's just so fucking satisfying.
But
possibly was the point all along. Yes.
Except Carlos is
Hold on,
completely
hold
wrong
on.
in his opinions on Q.
Okay, but here's the thing. What we can do next, though, is we can start taking bets on Culos with Quatlus. Holy shit, the world's gonna explode.
I love me a good Quatlu.
Okay,
that's
so I did want to
right now. So you'll...
Speaking of Qs here, I wanted to point something out that I thought of during this. In the teaser trailer, that card burns up at the end. All you see is a Q. Do you guys remember way back in the dream sequence?
Yep,
with
it was
Picard
all.
and
That's what it was a reference to.
It was all Queens.
Yep. No, and actually, I was reading this article that said everybody missed this, and I believe that we all pointed that out way back.
I mean,
it was 5 Qs.
Yeah, we were like literally the double rainbow guy.
And you know what else there's 5 of? You know what else there's 5 of? 5 lights.
Yeah, I don't
No,
think
five lights.
No, because in the next segment we're going to talk about the lower decks premiere.
Yes, let's talk about
yes,
lower
which is
decks.
where
And
we're
there
going
were
next.
4 lights.
Last chance for anything you want to point out from the Picard teaser. Anybody?
I
Going
hope
once?
we get to
Carlos
see
is
more of
shorter than
ED.
Q. Changed my mind.
Except you're right. Go ahead.
I was
One of
thinking Mariachi
the
did.
set directors made a tweet after the announcement, showcasing a couple props that were used in Family on the Picard estate
Yes.
in the scenes, not only in Picard but also in the trailer. So
Yes.
really nice
Oh,
bit of detail
oh.
there.
Oh yeah, if you
Oh.
look at the mantle, there's that little sculpture of
It was a bull, I think.
It was a plow. They were pulling a plow. That actually was in Generations as well.
What if
Fundamental Generations?
you gives Picard a chance to go back and save his family?
No, that's just prosaic. It's always about something bigger. And what does he learn from that? What does he learn from that?
What do you learn from getting
how
a
to
knife
keep
in
a
his
fire-
chest?
He learned that
he-
being the perfect thing isn't always the best thing. There's no such lesson at something like saving his family. That's the whole point of Tapestry was you have to let the thing that was bad happen to you in order to become a better person. That's the opposite lesson if you let him save his family.
Yeah, look, Q and Picard. It's all about Q knocking Picard down a peg and actually learning something. How will you ever learn? He actually says that line to him.
Yeah.
So
And Mark points.
yeah, I mean, it's always about growth.
Yeah,
what it
Mark
is.
points out the chair behind the desk being from his quarters on the Enterprise. Not just the chair, Mark. If you look at the that little tapestry thing that's on there, that's actually the thing that was given to him by as a memento by the Mintakans in.
And then there's that other, you see in the background that they also had the stones that professor guy gave him.
Which
Wait,
guy gave him?
Talkins, is that who watches it?
Who watches the
professor
Watchers?
guy?
Yeah. Who watches the Watchers?
Thank you.
At the end,
Nice
they
talk.
give Picard a little rolled up
Scroll.
tapestry thing or scroll thing.
Oh,
And
wait, that's important if we're talking about Romulans and Vulcans here. That's very important when
Yep.
you think about it. There's a thread in the tapestry. Okay,
Indeed.
real quick, Rayna, if you haven't seen it, basically the Mintakans are what they call a proto-Vulcan species. They're basically they're connected to the Vulcans and the Romulans biologically. So
Yeah.
yes, that's important.
Which we
okay.
were supposed to see in Nemesis, but somehow we got the Remans.
Don't even get me started. Okay, so that brings us to the end of talking about season 2 Picard trailer.
I did want to say one more thing. I had to go find it. I was having a discussion with someone on a completely other IP because of fandom harassment and stuff. And it naturally led into Star Trek and how it's losing money and all that kind of stuff. And I said this. I said Picard is all about the exploration of getting old, of regrets, mistakes, and what it means to live and facing those things head on before death.
Yeah, the value of mortality.
Yeah.
Mhm.
You're right.
Raul, I believe you said that
summed
originally.
Up, you summed up the whole series. Yeah. And I'd like to make an observation right now, and that is that the Dodge Charger is the white trash version of the BMW. Very simple. I'm
What does
saying
that
it
do
right here,
anything?
right now.
Okay, your observation.
These
The
are
badge
well,
charger.
these are the Dodge Charger.
Why are we talking about cars?
I'm driving right now, and I noticed it.
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah,
I'm
okay,
driving
that
right
actually
now, and
might
I'm
have worked.
noticing those things.
Yeah, you're on the road, so did you actually just pass a Dodge Charger?
No, that fucker almost smashed into me, and that's usually the case with Dodge Chargers on these desolate highways. So
That would
yeah,
have been quite the
Talking
interesting
about death and
development.
facing your mortality.
There you go. Nothing like facing a Dodge Charger.
you ain't kidding.
Okay, we're going to move on now to the Lower Deck Season 2 trailer, or teaser, I guess, we saw. Along with the news that we have an actual premiere date in August, and news that it has been, what
4 months. 4 months.
Yes, 4 months away. 4 months away, and that they have already
renewed.
greenlit Yes, for season 3. So all of it's good news. What did we
Suck
think
it,
of?
haters.
What did we think of the little teaser that we saw for season 2 of Lower Decks? I'll start by saying I love Boimler. I love everything Boimler. I love seeing Boimler scream from piloting the Titan, especially after Riker goes on this weird metaphorical thing about jazz.
And cum shots.
What does that even mean?
Counts, not come.
I heard cum. Sorry.
Yeah, too
Sounds
many.
like you have some come in your ears.
Okay,
Shut
so the person who gets to go
Oh,
first
God.
this time is I think our biggest Lower Decks fan, and that would be one Travis and Lane.
I am so stoked for this season. I'm so stoked. Yes. Like,
Okay, tell the folks at home why.
First
Like
of
a
all,
hype train, the choo-choo is real with that man.
hell yeah, shoot,
Or
y'all.
orange the fireballs.
No, I'm not drinking Fireball. I am super stoked to see just like God, I can't not gush about this.
Let it
show,
all out,
guys.
Travis. Let it all out.
All right,
Let it
but
all
gush
out.
with words. Gush
I
with
know.
words.
I
All right. So one of the reasons I gush about Lower Decks right now is because it very much feels like it does everything that the Next Generation does, but more. It gives that little, just a little extra push that really makes it just soar in my eye. Like, there's a reason why I think this show has the potential to truly be something special. It is touching base on that episodic formula, but it is not afraid to give consequences and real development to its characters. The fact that we ended the first season as we did, with Boimler leaving the ship to go and serve on a ship as prominent as the Titan, is a really cool move. And seeing that it is something that potentially is a little over his head is just something I am so excited to see. I absolutely love Boimler. I mean, I very much feel like, you know what? I'm just gonna say it. I am the Brad Boimler of this fucking show.
You kind of are. You kind of are.
And just I just cannot. I'm so stoked to see him. It's predictable that it's probably going to be a very brief tenure on the Titan, but you know what? I'm excited to see what they do with it. I don't think it's gonna be just this unspecial event. It's going to be something worth waiting these 4 months for. I am super stoked. One of the things I'm actually kind of surprised to see is that Mariner is in the brig. In this trailer.
Are we really surprised?
It's her
we
favorite
really
place.
surprised?
Hear me out. Hear me out.
What?
Hear me out. At the end of the first season, her mother and her have come to an understanding, and they have made this agreement that they want to, work together to make a difference. And Mariner's way is to go against protocol. It is to,
So of course you would be in the brig at some point.
well, I mean, the reason why I'm a little surprised is that, her mother is, willing to, she's pretty much saying, I'm willing to work with you as you do this. And I'm curious as to why she would be in the brig if they have this, little alliance going.
What landed Mariner in the brig the last time?
I mean, I
Not
can
rolling your
give you-
sleeves down.
She got what's his name all hot and bothered under his collar, and so he had to send her to the brig because otherwise he was going to go to the horny brig.
And then we
Ransom.
see Ransom shooting, rainbow-colored beams out of his hands, which,
Oh man, I just hope that I'm looking. All right, here's three things. Three things I am hoping for in this season.
Just three?
What?
Just three?
Well, three personal wish lists. First of all, Badgie better be in this season.
Okay.
Second of all,
Yep.
I want to see Cetacean Ops. And
I
third,
think we're all on board for that one.
third, this is like I'm pretty sure that none of you are going to understand this, but please, I want to see like an Easter egg to Tourist Omer.
To what?
Omer the Tourist, Turkish Star Trek reference.
Oh God.
Oh.
Hey, this is the show to do it on. Okay?
I'm down with this entirely. That is fucking
Actually-
no.
Actually,
That is
I'm
so
actually
If they do that
I'm on
show-
board with that.
If
I'm
they
on
do
board with
that show, they need to do Star Trek in the pink ring.
No, they don't.
Okay.
Sure.
Okay.
Why not?
I'm gonna say this right now. Is that like, I was kind of surprised that you said Travis was the biggest Lower Decks fan because it's replaced all my Star Trek series as my top series. But now he's just earned the fucking title with those three things he wants. They're
Yep.
fucking
Hold on.
amazing.
Yeah.
Bravo! Give him the round of applause.
We're getting the Mugato,
Yep. We're getting a Mugato.
and we're getting Kelvins.
That's right.
Yep.
And
I mean-
Ambojitsu.
And Bojitsu. I mean, like, I don't care if we get Cetacean Ops. We're getting a freaking Kelvin, and not like the dressed up in the orange jumpsuit. The actual friggin' what they are supposed to look like Kelvins.
Yeah, I'm actually betting we're going to see Sax come back because whenever Mike McMahon was doing his presentation, he made a point to have a cardboard cutout of Sax right behind him.
Of who?
Sax. The
Sax.
Bajoran that
Bajorn
Oh,
guy-
killed
right,
their
right,
war
right,
corps.
right. Yeah, the chief of security.
Although
So,
we know who we have seen the new chief of security.
So I feel like the only person that watched that whole trailer was like, oh, well, at least the Ambo Jutsu suits are decent looking this time.
Yeah, I saw that too. I noticed that too.
they look pretty good. Actually, yeah. I
Despite
wonder
it
if that's
still
going to
being
be a Spar against Spoiler. Ooh, what if Spars against Spoiler?
Also, 4 lights.
Yep, Cardassian torture.
Probably for Boiler.
I'm actually.
No, it was
I'll
Mariner.
tell you what,
Yeah.
I picked up something that I don't know if anybody else has picked up on, and that is that when Rick and Morty season 5 comes out, that it's going to be ending almost at the exact same time that Lower Decks is beginning. So I mean, if you're into that type of thing, this is going to be a good 4 months here that we got between June and the end of October.
And here we are worried there's going to be a content lull.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, they've
Yeah,
actually
exactly.
CBS has done a really good job rejiggering the schedule for all of Star Trek. Honestly, I think
Except their rejiggering has caused Top Gun to get moved to November.
Who cares?
I'm not sure those are actually for the same reasons, but
I think they just wanted the movie theaters to be fully open before they put that in there because, I mean, Top Gun. It's meant to be seen on a big screen.
okay. So here's the big question, folks. What about the USS Macduff?
Are we sure it's going to be now? It could be a time travel thing because of the registry of the ship, but we've seen registries out though before.
Well, it's between the registry number exists between the Reliant and the Saratoga from the Voyage Home. So
Right.
the registry number points to this being a 23rd century starship of like the motion picture era. We see the red buzzards, we see the blue, but I think that if they did Star Trek today, I think if they did those movies today, even with the same style ships, you'd see red buzzards and blue.
So
Yeah,
you guys have been throwing all kinds of theories around, and I have one of my own just because it's Lower Decks.
Mm-hmm.
This is a decommissioned Federation starship bought by a civilian and turned into a floating brewery.
not a rotational restaurant.
No, it's a rotation.
Built like a steakhouse, but it flies like a bistro.
Do you guys
it's a
get that
rotational
joke?
brewery.
I caught it.
Is it because they shot the first Calvin movie?
Oh, Chanko, bye-bye.
He'll be back, I'm sure. Is it because they shot the first Calvin movie? Engineering was actually a brewery.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Then yes, I got it.
I know it's just a revolving beer bar, and all they serve is stuff.
Yeah. That actually is the first
Beer.
thing that came to my
Beer.
mind. It's like it's
just-
stuffed beer.
You know, on the SNL episode of the famous Get a Life sketch, William Shatner also performed a sketch where it was like Star Trek 10 or Star Trek 15 or whatever, and they had turned the Enterprise into a rotating restaurant, and Khan shows up as the health inspector.
Okay.
But can I just say, guys, that being someone who's getting into everything Star Trek now, I know I don't have a lot to contribute because I'm still newbie at this, but I can listen to you guys talk about this the whole time. Like, that's what's made this so easy. Like, when I told Travis, I'm like, if I wanted to start somewhere, where should I start? He was just like, oh my God, you want to get into it? Like, your guys' excitement is so contagious. I love it. Like,
By the way,
love
when you get to Enterprise,
Don't do it.
Don't poison the
are you-
well, Justin.
No.
Don't poison the well.
So
Let
I'm
Rayna
sorry.
let Rayna make their own.
I'm sorry. This when you get to Enterprise, I'm sorry. Just save it for last.
Don't worry about him.
I am totally like tempted though, like to like I have premium Paramount Plus, and that is where we watch Lower Decks. I'm so tempted to just share my account with you right now because Lower Decks.
It is so much fun, but wait till you've watched more Star Trek.
Like you do
because the more Star Trek you know, the more you're going to appreciate Lower Decks.
Because Lower Decks has so many callbacks. It has so many callbacks, so many Easter eggs. You're going to see an episode and be like, holy shit, they did that. Oh, wait, I know what that is. Wait,
those old scientists.
So I would just like to point out that Rayna gave us the most highest compliment available.
It was great. Thank you.
We are
Yes,
more
thank
contagious than COVID-19.
Well, the South African variant.
No, Andrew, stop it.
Wait, what?
Put up,
No.
yeah, I was just gonna say put up Andrew's comment. That's for you.
Be
Fussy.
still my beating heart, Andrew.
Oh, good Lord, Andrew, you're fired.
See, I agree with Brenda.
Do you have hired?
I agree with Brenda too. There's something to like about every single Star Trek show. I mean, series. There's something to like about all of them.
I straight up listed 10 episodes in the group chat about like 10 episodes that I believe are far better than that pitiful finale.
Okay.
The
That's
10
why I
best things
said
about
when
Enterprise, the 10 things I love about Enterprise, all happened in the last episode.
Oh my God.
You're fired.
We are not going back there again. We're putting These Are the Voyages ban on you for
It didn't
3 weeks.
exist.
I'll say 3 weeks.
It didn't
You're
exist.
not allowed to talk about These Are the Voyages.
Look, okay, every time you talk about these are voyages, I'm going to display this out of spite.
There you go.
Not
Yeah, keep it up there.
appropriate. There are
He's doing
far
his
better
life.
pictures you could
It's a
use
punishment
that could
thing.
get a similar effect.
From Out of Face.
Yes.
Send him,
go there,
send him,
though.
send him a list of suggestions, Ross. Okay. Any last thoughts on
Andrew,
Lower
shut
Deck
up.
Season 2?
I can't wait. Okay, there. That's better.
That's because it's worse. It's better.
Yes.
Is what that was. Yes. Okay. All right. We're gonna move on to. Oh God, Andrew.
I mean, Andrew, there's always everyone's favorite episode of TNG.
You know what?
Mine.
At least find some new ones because these are getting old.
Bow wow.
Also, you have that to look forward to, Rayna.
Yeah. Well, you'll get there when you get there.
So Justin, I'm surprised you still haven't gone to I mean, wherever the hell you're getting all these pictures from, and getting the picture of like the Dionysus version of Troy from the Barclay hologram.
Oh my god.
That was pretty funny.
It's better than another episode I'm not even going to mention.
Well, we're not going to talk about those anymore. We're going to move on to our next topic,
move on.
which was also coming out of First Contact Day on Monday. And that was our first look at the role of Catherine Janeway on the new animated Star Trek series, Star Trek Prodigy. Oh, nice one, Justin. I like it. That is what she is going to look like in this show, in which we discover that the role she is playing is actually as an emergency training hologram on the ship that is discovered by these wayward alien teenagers. And apparently
From the Delta Quadrant.
From the Delta Quadrant, yes.
Oh, that's right!
Yes, you called it. And I thought it was a good idea, too, when you brought it up. I think it made the most sense.
Just not the Janeway part, but I'm okay with that.
Yeah, I wasn't sure about
I'm
what
okay
Janeway
with the hologram.
but...
I called it a hologram.
Yeah, you did.
Yeah, I think you did. Yeah, you did. Sure. And I think that's a great way to put her in. You know, and I think it's one of the things, I don't know how many, did you all get a chance to watch the panel discussion after that she was on? And she talked about, and she sort of has said this before publicly, but we got to hear a little bit more about why she's even doing this role and why the type of role that it is fits in with the reason why she's doing, coming back to play Janeway. And that's the idea that she's essentially serving as an advisor or, a mentor.
Did we lose?
Oh no. We gotta put him out. We gotta put him down.
Oh yeah, put him down.
So, Kate Mulgrew talked at length about how her best performances, or the best fan received performances of Janeway, were always either the really caring, impactful mother type, or the really badass mama bear. Those episodes in between doing all that other stuff, it's like really strange stuff, that didn't really, resonate with anybody. So you literally have a mix of the lower decks kind of Janeway, and then her being basically possibly able to be an emergency command hologram at some point too. Because if she's a training hologram, she could by all means have the capacity for being a command hologram as well.
That's an interesting notion, son.
Well, didn't at one point they say that she's essentially the captain of the ship?
I don't know. I
haven't heard that, but that would be a very cool thing.
No, I don't think it would be a cool thing.
Well,
is to help these kids learn.
Well, if she's the emergency command hologram, she can.
No, she's an emergency training hologram.
Well, let me
draw this parallel then.
Say that again, Ross?
Let me draw this parallel for you then. When we have seen Starfleet training ships, who's in command?
A
commissioned officer.
Right,
the trainees do not have command.
Right, but that's not what this is. This is not a training vessel.
She's a training hologram.
Yeah, so
the emergency training hologram.
She's the only one with the rank to take control.
But she's not
the one to take charge.
Real. She is a hologram.
She's a real boy. Stop it.
And plus, this is not a Starfleet crew, you guys. These are not Starfleet Academy cadets. These are just a random bunch of kids who found a starship.
One point I would say, one point in contention to what you just said, Carlos, is hologram Janeway is not real. The Doctor would have serious qualms with that. Just saying.
Well, the Doctor, by virtue of being turned on for so long, exceeded the boundaries of his programming. And we don't know that that's happening with Janeway at all in this. So you can't compare them yet. So
Look,
Carlos is a killjoy. Fight me.
no. I think there's a lot of great things you can do
Why
with
are we
Janeway
highlighting
as a mentor to these
Okay,
kids.
so-
but I think the idea. Let me finish, then you can go next, son. But I think the idea that somehow she's in reserve to take over when the kids fuck up is ridiculous. It's like goes against the whole point
hear me out.
of this. Let me finish my point, and then we'll hear you.
Well, you're not letting anyone else finish.
I asked to finish my point. Okay.
He did.
All right. So that goes against the very premise of this show, which is about these kids finding their own way, learning who they are. She's there to help with that. She's not there to substitute for them when they mess up.
That's not what anyone's saying. She's going to have to show them how to operate the ship. And she's going to be in charge until she shows them how to operate the ship. She will be in charge. She will be the command training hologram because she is the Starfleet officer on a Starfleet ship. We don't know the situation
He's
quite
a
yet.
simulated Starfleet
It
officer.
doesn't matter.
Yes, it does matter,
What's son
Justin.
want?
The doctor was put in charge of the ship, and he was simulated.
Who was?
The doctor.
Because he expanded his programming.
He
We don't know
exceeded
this
his
one. They
program.
done the same.
Well, it hasn't been turned on for 7 years. Like
What
again,
if you
it
don't
goes
know that?
against it goes against the very premise of the show. Is all. I'm
Sounds
saying.
like a typical marriage.
Okay.
to
It's a
me.
kid show.
So, son, I promise you get to go next. Go ahead.
Okay, so I would like to state for the record that it's entirely possible that George predicted this without ever realizing he was predicting it.
Oh God.
Say more.
Yeah.
What is happening right now? This argument that we are happening to have over Janeway and whether or not she's in control of the ship, and I don't mean in control that she can literally pilot the ship herself, just that she is the commanding officer on the ship, is something that George did in his Starfinder play. With Andy.
Oh yeah, Ross brought this up too earlier this week. Yeah, go ahead, keep going.
So basically, what Janeway would be a training program, but she would also be a command program as well to teach the kids how to fly the ship. Not just how to fly the ship, how to operate all the ship subsystems, how to repair all the ship subsystems. She would even
Starfleet.
Not just how to be Starfleet. She would introduce them to the other races of the Delta Quadrant if they've been stuck on like some junk planet for years. Since their very birth.
Well, we don't know anything
I give up.
about these kids, so I mean, we don't know the circumstances yet under which they find this ship.
And yes, if they do get into some situation that they don't know how to control, guess what? She will be there to give them tactical advice, to give them piloting guidance, all that stuff. So to say that she's not in control is only physical in nature.
It's like saying a
She's
teacher is in
basically a
control of the
computer.
classroom.
She's basically a computer. She can control any aspect of the ship she wants.
Not necessarily. Computers
Isn't she
also
just
have no, Justin.
Did you miss the doctor getting a command clearance?
He
to control the entire ship?
was given command clearance to do that.
Exactly. And then
All right,
this
how about
sister-
this parallel? You're learning how to drive. You have an instructor in the car, and he's got a little backup steering wheel where he can take control.
Well, actually, it was like the one he only had a backup brake, but
The one I was in had a backup steering wheel, accelerator, and brake.
oh,
Same with
really?
mine.
Wow. Okay, that's cool. But yes, I see your point there. And that actually gets more to what I'm talking about, which is the idea that when you're a teacher, you don't want to you only step in if they're actually going to die. But the point of it is
That's
for
very
them
morbid.
to learn, and that you have to give them enough room to make some mistakes in order to learn.
But you also have to give them guidance about what each lesson is.
Yeah, of course. But guidance
That's
is
the
not
role of a
command.
captain.
Well, no. The role of a captain.
trainer.
The role of a captain is to command. A captain is not a trainer. Very different roles.
On a training starship, they are.
But who says this isn't a
It's
training
true.
starship?
This is not a training
Starship.
starship, Ross.
Why do they have an
You're
emergency training hologram?
That happens to be on it.
Ladies, please.
We don't even know if
Don't fight
this
over
is
me.
we don't even know if this is a starship, right? So this is happening 5 years post Voyager. We haven't seen a ship yet. For all we know, this could be some version of the Delta Flyer that gets put aside with a holographic representation of Janeway on it. Like, we don't know. There's a lot that we don't know. So we're arguing over we're arguing our points of view based on very few crumbs that have been given. I'm inclined to believe Carlos. I'm inclined to agree with Carlos that she is there as an advisor, not as a commander. And I think that there is a distinction. I think that she will not be bossing these kids around. These kids will be listening to her, gleaning from her, but doing their own thing in the process.
I would like to say that the amorphous creature that's one of the teenagers is probably going to be the coolest character. The big blob creature thing.
Hey, Justin, do you have that image of all the? Can you pull that up while we're talking?
Yeah.
Most
Thanks.
interesting theory I've heard so far about what ship it is that it's Voyager's Aero Shuttle.
Which one is that?
That's the one that
underneath the hull that we never saw.
Underneath the hull.
Whoa.
of the saucer.
Okay, Son, go ahead since you said you know what we're talking about.
It's that ship, that ship-looking thing that's underneath the saucer of Voyager that you see in every opening.
What would be the captain's yacht on the
Yeah.
Enterprise?
It was designed. It was never shown on screen. It's basically looks like a runabout with wings on it. It's basically what it looks like.
Yep, that's like a runabout nose. Just look for Aero Shuttle, you'll find it.
Right.
Aero Shuttle Voyager.
It takes up like
Hold on.
40% of the underside of the Voyager saucer section.
But it couldn't be the Aero Shuttle because, like Paris mentions, they cannibalized it to make the Delta Flyer. Both of them.
There
Which
you go.
is a waste.
Exactly.
Yeah, why not just use the Aero Shuttle?
Oh, here we go.
Tom
Did you
just wanted
find
to
it?
make his damn hot rod.
I found an image of it. I can send you the URL.
I'm working on it.
It's a Rick Sternbach design.
It's
Yeah,
the
here you
Argo.
go.
It's the Argo from Nemesis that just connects.
No, the Argo
no,
shuttle
it's not.
is very different from this.
Yeah,
No,
this
the
is the
Aero Shuttle
Voyager
is
Aero
much bigger.
Shuttle.
Yep, there it is.
Put it on
That's the
screen.
one. Yep, there it is. Yeah,
It's like
actually,
a
I
runabout
think
on
that would.
steroids.
Yeah, actually, I think that would be a great. That's a great idea. That's a great idea. It would be the most likely scenario under which you would have a Janeway training.
I mean, they know they cannibalized it for the Delta Flyer, so let's just say they didn't leave parts of it behind that they didn't think anyone could use. And these kids finding a junkyard, they're like a starship. Yeah, they it obviously has warp cells, and they put it back together. I mean, it could.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, I like the idea. That would explain how they find a Starfleet vessel in the Delta Quadrant. How many years after is this supposed to be? 2 years? 5 years?
Something like that. Yeah. Someone else said it was somehow the Equinox. I'm like, no, that ship was blown up.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Equinox got wrecked.
The Equinox doesn't have a Janeway program on it. That doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
I look at it this way: anything that they find of the ship having some kind of Janeway program has got to be post her mission with those kids, that Lower Decks episode. Because there you go. That's the episode. Because that is when you would feasibly introduce something like that in the first place. Because in the Good Shepherd she did it herself. Why not make a larger shuttlecraft of some sort that has a hologram do it for her?
Yeah, no, I think that makes sense. It makes sense. I hope you're right.
Or she was part of a database that got stolen and on one of the raids on Voyager. and that's how she wound up on another ship. But did we
Ooh,
find
it
out
could
for
have been.
sure?
Whatever happened to that duplicate Voyager? Did the whole ship blow up?
Yeah, it did.
Yeah.
Well, how do we know if that was the last one?
Yeah, maybe.
Well, see, there's another thing. There's another thing that we're not talking about, at least not directly. It's entirely possible other shuttles or spacecraft have been stolen into the Delta Quadrant by by the caretaker.
Well,
That's
And-
true,
and
but it wouldn't
if-
explain
no,
the
wait a
Janeway.
minute. But no, wait a minute. If
Yeah.
if what Justin proposes is true, and that it is stolen, that it was stolen tech from Voyager, it could be integrated into the ship. It could be two different pieces of era technology integrated together.
Or they steal the ship and make contact with Starfleet, because after Voyager, they probably have a way to contact, your allies in the Delta Quadrant through the Midas Ray, and send them a Janeway hologram.
I don't
Go
think
to
that
Black.
the point of this show is for them to actually be in touch with Starfleet.
Yeah, I agree. The other thing too, looking at Memory Alpha and the Aero Shuttle, just a couple of things that I make me not inclined. Again, it's Memory Alpha. It's referencing the Voyager's technical manual. Interstellar flight capable of warp 3. And the cockpit was designed for a crew of 4 when there were 5 people, including and then adding the Janeway hologram. So I don't know that the Aero Shuttle is necessarily it either.
Well, but the difference between 4 and 5 is not that big. Designed for 4, that doesn't mean it can't accommodate 5.
And it's not the first time they've changed designs and sizes to fit the narrative. Look how many times the Delta Fighter size changed.
I mean, I'll be completely honest. At least the Blob is more interesting a character than the Rock for whatever the hell they're doing with the High Republic shit.
The Rock was from Star Trek 5. Actually, originally they were supposed to be in Star Trek 5, but got cut because they had a shitty CGI artist.
No. I mean, like the Rock thing, just the
Exactly.
slab of marble.
No,
She's talking
In
about Star
Star
Wars, not
Wars.
Star Trek.
no. I missed that reference because I'm not really. I haven't looked into the High Republic stuff.
Okay, well, it sounds like, despite the fact that basically all we got out of the Prodigy reveal this week was just what Janeway looks like, it sounds like that generated plenty of ideas for discussion.
August release date, I think, too, wasn't it?
What's that?
Didn't they say later on this year, August?
No, that's Lower Decks.
That's Lower Decks. We don't
What
have a
date?
date. We don't have a
did
date yet
say-
for Prodigy.
They did say late. I want to say they did say later this year.
They did say later this year, that and Discovery. So we will
I'm
be
a little
getting Star Trek.
disappointed I'm a little disappointed that we didn't get any information on Strange New Worlds. I was a little bummed on that.
I think they have to save something for
Comic-Con.
yeah.
Because that's coming up, and
You don't want to shoot your that's probably a not good way to put it.
Well,
you don't want to
I got a
Go-
meme for that.
too
Show
early.
your cards.
Yeah, show all your cards right away.
Very, very smart, John.
So I got a question. What was the last time you guys actually heard me say something until just now? Because I've been talking for about a good 20 minutes. And it seems like nobody heard me at all.
Probably about
No, you
30
haven't.
plus minutes ago.
Because
was really-
you've been keep popping out.
Yeah, I was really excited about the Aero Shuttle. I wanted to tell you all the things I know about it because I'm a nerd. But
Oh.
never mind.
Go ahead.
It's all been covered. So
Oh, okay. Yeah, sorry, we didn't hear you at all.
Because we
Um,
hate
I thought you guys were patiently taking it all in and then doing research. Apparently not.
we were doing research, but anyway.
Well, great minds think alike.
Indeed. Okay, so now we're going to get to the part where we do want to hear a ton from you, Sean, and that is our review of the release this week, also on First Contact Day, of the long-awaited
kind of.
Axanar fan film called Interlude, produced by written and produced by Jonathan Lane. And it, of course, could not help but debut with no small amount of controversy attached to it. So we're going to talk about the film itself, but also the context in which it was released. It features in a cameo role Paul Jenkins, the former director, the third former director of Axanar itself, who was, of course, fired by Alec Peters back in August. And then Peters turned around and is suing him for defamation. Paul Jenkins is countersuing Alec Peters, and in the midst of this ongoing litigation battle, Jonathan Lane saw fit to keep Paul Jenkins in a film after Paul Jenkins apparently had asked him to take him out. So that tended to overshadow a bit some of the splash I think Jonathan was intending for his film to make. But let's talk about it first as a film. How many of us actually watched Interlude?
I watched it.
I did.
Okay, so I'm gonna give you the floor in a second, but first I'm gonna ask Fasse for his hot take, and then we'll go to you, Sean.
I mean, for a fan film, it was good. I mean, like, it was what you think of a fan film. Decent or, homemade kind of graphic imagery, maybe a little bit better than, some areas are a little bit better than like what, other fan films do. Some of it was kind of rough, especially the damage on the Ares and that sort of thing. The acting was wooden across the board. I know a lot of people are talking about Warren Hawkins. I'm sure he's a nice guy, but I think his acting seemed so good because everything else was just so fan filmish, and his was the closest thing to, I would say, coming to some kind of level of professional theater. It might be off Broadway or community theater, but it wasn't the really like bad acting of everybody else. The story, we knew what the story was a long time ago. I don't think the story was necessary. I think that like the plot was kind of contrived. Mario, what's his name, has done a really good job pointing out, like, why would you put your admiral on the trailing ship? Why wouldn't you put him on the lead ship? There's just lots of things, and then it's 6 minutes of drama, and then we go right back into like that trope of the mockumentary. That seemed really jarring. Like, that didn't make sense. It would have been, they should have created a little bit more continuity by having the whole thing feel like a mockumentary with the pieces of the narrative cut in.
Yeah.
But again, like, it's a fan film. What do you? I don't expect this to be awesome. Like, I don't expect this to be Academy Award winning. I don't expect this to be. This is like community theater, and for that, it was okay.
Okay, so good point. Of course, the problem with this is not necessarily the film itself, as I think you're pointing to, Jason, but the context of the film, which is the context of Axanar and Alec Peters and his vexatious litigation against, everybody. And that can't help, I think, but color the way that we see this. So to address that context, let's go over to our pantsless wonder, Sean O'Halloran.
Well, okay. First and foremost, I'm going to say this because it does bear repeating, okay? I'm not a particular fan of Jonathan Lane, but from the very beginning, I said there's no way he was going to get this funded, and he almost got it immediately funded. And then I said there's no way that it's going to get made, and then he actually was producing it. And we knew it was completed, the production of it, the filming of it was completed back in, so it was supposed to be released in July of 2020. So we knew that it was coming out then, and for that I give him all the credit in the world. There are huge problems with this, though, and that is I'm going to cover two sides to this. There's the film itself, what it is, what's in it, and the everything else surrounding it. Because as I was going back and reading some of my older posts on this, and I said. And I thought about it, and I was right back when I said it back then. It is impossible to extricate this project from the debacle that is Axanar and Alec Peters. And it's even more poignant considering that he literally is on the screen 80% of the time of this 12-minute fan film. He's terrible. There's no two ways around that. He is absolutely dreadful. Okay, in this, whether he is trying to act dramatically or whether he's going through 30 takes to monologue, and you can tell because of all the cuts, over a 5-minute period. So that, this being said, it's like you can't, the other side is you can't take away from the fact that Jonathan, I believe, raised $22,000 for this production. And I look at this as, for $22,000, you only had actually 6 minutes of real fan film like production. The rest was a guy just being filmed in a chair. And that's where it's very, very problematic. I'm wondering where all the money went on this. And had it not had such a large budget for what it is, then
it's really not that large a budget. I have to spring to Jonathan's defense here because
Or fan film?
this is not an issue of misspent money or whatever. It was an issue that it was an ill-conceived project from the start. It was based on a comic book that told us all the story we got, and less actually. I don't have a quibble with how much it cost. I don't have a quibble with, the production values. I think it made some very bad choices creatively. I think our friend and occasional guest on this podcast, Kate Stark, did an excellent review of this, in which she pointed out, like, this has 3 different beginnings to it. And when you talk about 3 different beginnings for an 11-minute film, 10 minutes with when you take out the end credits, that's a problem. Just in terms of the structure, the storytelling structure of the film.
Someone link Stark's review in the chat, please.
Yeah, it's in the Axe Monitor group if someone could find that.
Okay,
hold on.
but
well, let me finish just one last thing, and you can respond. I think that there's plenty of places where that money could have gone that is perfectly reasonable. They spent a shit ton on visual effects. They spent a lot on the music. A lot of it was composed by one guy who actually had live instruments. It's not all synthesized like it is with a lot of fan film original scores. Travis, you added something too. What was it?
I said they spent a lot on a green screen.
Yes, they had to pay. Well, they actually went and had to raise extra money.
I'm not even counting that. I'm giving them credit on that because actually I know a deeper story to that, and I'm giving them
throwing a
credit
joke
on
at them.
But no, but
I know you meant it as a joke, but the fact
a lot of people don't. That's the thing, Travis. A lot of people
Now
think
the
that
other thing was, Carlos, since I have everybody here now on the uniform, didn't he raise that money part of the uniform? And then Alec is claiming that he gave him his uniform. So did Jonathan Lane pay for the Axanar uniforms, or was that money just poof?
I don't know. I actually did ask Jonathan about that the other day, and it will be in a Axe Monitor article I'll be publishing in a few days. And I can give you a sneak peek on that if you like what he said. But he, of course, takes umbrage at the fact that people are accusing him of pocketing the money. I don't think he pocketed
the money.
Not him.
I don't think he pocketed
No,
it.
it wasn't him.
Well,
it wasn't him. We all know
he
who it
didn't
was.
turn it over to Alec Peters either. I mean, the guy was paying for his own film. That's what he ended up doing.
Well, you know as well as I do, Alec got some money out of it.
He didn't hit. Okay. I look at it from the perspective of, I look at what was done with this, okay, and what was done with, who's the guy in the UK that does those TNG fan films I love so much? Gary, what's his face?
Yeah, I know who you mean.
He did the holiest thing in the other one. I can't remember the names of, and how good those are, and those were made for $5,000 and $8,000 respectively.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And I look at that compared to what this was, and they didn't even have to build sets because they were already there. and half of it isn't even on the set. Well, it is technically, but there's no action. It's just Alec monologuing. So it's like I'm more looking from the perspective of just being disappointed for what it was. You know, it's fine for a fan film if you didn't throw 20 grand in. I mean, look, I pointed this. It's like I was thinking about this from the perspective of I look at like Dance Major Owens films, okay? Who
do we really have to? You know,
my point.
No, seriously, you're talking about a guy who literally intends to spend no money. What Jonathan Lane said was he was perfectly, well, I won't say perfectly transparent, but he was transparent about it. He said, here's what the film is about. He gave us essentially a storyboard of it. He said it's going to cost $20,000. He delivered it for that amount. What are you going to get mad at him about?
I'm not mad about it.
Doesn't matter. He said it was $20,000. He spent $20,000. He delivered exactly what he promised. What is the problem, folks?
Uniform.
Well, he raised 25. He raised 25,780.
My earbuds are dying here. Hold on.
So he did raise more money than the 20,000 that he was asking for.
Well, that was to cover the green screen that they ruined.
Was that on the same fundraiser or was that a different fundraiser?
That was a separate fundraiser.
Okay, so I'm at the Interlude GoFundMe now. On the Interlude GoFundMe, he raised 25,780.
Okay, so
and he asked for 20,000. So he did raise more than what he asked. You know, again,
which is pretty typical for a GoFundMe or whatever. People often extend, they go beyond their goal.
Right.
The fact of the matter, it was transparent. Everybody knew it was 2570 or whatever it was at the time, and he delivered what he promised. People, you can quibble about, oh, did you spend too much on costumes? Did you spend too much on makeup? Sorry, but that you don't get to do that.
No, but we do get to complain if you give money to Alec Peters.
Yes, he does, but there's zero evidence, Justin, that he did that. Zero.
Well, according to his budget, he paid $600 for studio rent. So money did go.
That's not money he gave Alec Peters.
No, I know.
Is what it costs to rent, which he would pay anyone.
Right.
Because
when you frame it as gave to Alec Peters, that has a completely different connotation than he paid for rent, which is
paid for uniform.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes. Go ahead.
Okay. All right. This isn't about. I'm not complaining about that. What I'm saying is, I'm disappointed on what the product was. Look, I have a very low.
Oh, you cut out, Sean.
I have a very low standard.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, can you hear me again?
Yes.
I have a very low standard. I have a very low standard for fan films. Period. Okay, and when I do look at budgets, though, I am expecting a little more. I made a fucking 12-minute fan film that was the most ridiculous, stupidest thing, and we knew that going into it for $0. For a tank of gas. Okay, that's what it cost me to drive out to the desert and do it. Okay, so I knew that going into it. It's ridiculous, it's stupid, and that's what we designed. It was all on the fly, and it was on the cuff. I just expected more of this, and this is the thing: is that I really was looking forward to this. I know, as critical as I am of him. And as critical as I am of Axanar and Peters, I was actually really looking forward to this, and I was disappointed. And I would be a whole lot less disappointed if half the fucking thing wasn't Alex sitting in a chair looking back at the camera. I mean, being on the bridge, look, that's your casting choice. You're stuck with what you got. Okay, I get that. But for half that film to just be monologuing, and me just tapping my screen on my phone to advance 10 seconds in rapid succession to get past him. I mean, that's what that was, and that's where my disappointment comes. It was really I think 6-minute film. I
think you're entitled to that, and I think that's a perfectly valid criticism. And one I agree with. Yeah.
I just wanted to say, I don't know. I haven't seen this film, but I just want to kind of put my thoughts on this on private films and people making fan films. I know I was really big into DC fan films a few years ago, and I think budget is really difficult because you can give one person 10 grand and another 20, and the 10 can sometimes be better just based on a person's skill alone. I saw a Nightwing film that was done that was all about Nightwing for like, I think it was like $10,000, and it was like better than anything that I had seen on the platform that was going between 20 and 30.
Yep.
So I think it comes down to a person's skill, and I think you sometimes raise that against expectation.
Yeah.
But I think that is a big contribution in the background. I don't think you can hold budget totally accountable, because I think it does come down to the people's skill who is behind the.
No, I think you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right, and that was my point. And which is that when it comes down to it, Jonathan Lane delivered exactly what he promised.
Right.
I think which is both great, because it's something Alec Peters himself can never do, apparently, but also bad because what he promised wasn't so great. I mean,
but again, like we're
yes,
why is it? It's a fan film. Like I don't like I don't get like why we expect Citizen Kane from fan films. They're fan films.
We're not, but there's been other fan films that have raised less and done more.
Here's
but Jason, here's the thing. We're at the point now, and this is in the age of the internet and crowdfunding, where these aren't 20 years ago. These aren't a bunch of guys out on a farm somewhere reenacting, never made TOS scripts. Okay, and this is, it's very difficult to maintain it. That perspective on them when there's this type of money involved. Okay, I mean that's for most people, $1,000, that's a good chunk of change, regardless. $125,000 for Prelude was incredibly expensive and incredibly well done. But it blurs the line of professional. Look, here's the thing. There's a film called Primer. Okay, and you guys seen this time travel film? 2004, phenomenal fucking film, independent film.
Yeah, it's great.
$7,000 that movie was made for. Okay, so I mean, this is, and I get it. People are gonna say that Star Trek films cost more because you have the sets and everything. But here's the thing: they already had the set. That's where I'm.
Well, no, but let me look at Horizon. Horizon was what, $50,000, and there were no sets. Right, it was all green screen, like it was all CG, and in a lot of ways, Horizon surpassed, is probably, I would argue, one of the pinnacles of Star Trek fan films.
I would agree.
But that's a feature length film, not 12 minutes, half of which is a.
But you're still having
back at you.
But you're still having to get people from across the country to rural Georgia or wherever it was, right? So they didn't shoot it, whatever called. They shot it at. In Atlanta, right? But you have to truck all those people to Atlanta. You have to put them up for the weekend or the extended week. You have to get. I mean, no matter what.
Why would you have to put them up for?
You guys, you can't nickel and dime picking.
Right.
Okay.
Right. There is a level.
You do not pay actors. They have to pay for their own lodging.
No, they don't. They don't have to pay for their lodging.
They don't have to pay for their lodging. No, they don't. You can't pay them. You can pay for their travel. You can pay for their food.
Right.
You were expected to pay our own way for New Voyages.
Okay, well, that was
because it's New Voyages.
Right. That was. I mean, that was.
I would like to just bring a little bit of levity to all this shit, because all this shit is really dragging me down. Jason, the one thing you have a problem with is probably the smartest fucking thing any commander could ever fucking do. Not be the lead fucking ship.
Oh, you don't want to get blown up, sure.
Because it's going to be the first ship fired on.
But it wasn't the first ship fired on. They weren't firing on. They weren't firing on the Antares.
It's like having the bridge on the same place on every single fucking starship and nobody targeting it.
They weren't targeting the Antares, or whatever the ship was that was at the front. They were targeting the Artemis. They were targeting the Ares because they knew Ramirez was on the Ares. So the Artemis should have backed the fuck up and provided some back cover for the Ares to get out.
Well, that's what it did, basically.
Well, eventually, but it turned around and did a suicide run as opposed to just slowing down and then them both going to warp.
Again, it's one of the problems with this. The shuttle thing, they were in the heat of battle. There's no time for shuttles.
Right.
There just isn't.
Okay,
the point of this is
I want to point about this I want to point out too, another problem I have with this is that there was, for me, literally, there was no sense of urgency or drama or anything because
Yes,
it
that's
didn't look like
a much bigger
anything.
problem.
Yeah, there
But-
didn't look like anything was happening on the bridge.
But,
the
I mean,
people
that's-
outside. I mean, they even shake the camera and smoke up the consoles on TOS, for God's sake.
Absolutely
none of that.
agree. But these are the same kind of problems or same kind of things that even like Continues, New Voyages kind of slipped into too, where there were scenes.
No, untrue.
We paid for pyrotechnics on New Voyages
they had
all
stunt
the
coordinator.
time.
Oh no! I'm not talking about pyrotechnics. I'm talking about the acting and specifically around the sense of urgency in certain scenes and certain dilemmas and certain episodes. These aren't even community actors. Like these aren't even community theater actors.
I'm not even busting the balls of the actors. That's not my problem.
He's talking about the direction.
Yeah,
That's a directorial problem.
This was a director.
Right.
Directing and editing is what can
This
create
seems like
or
it was directed by
enhance.
somebody that has no clue what the hell Star Trek is.
You can go when it's your turn, Justin.
No one
But
knows
yes,
it does.
I mean, what you said was correct. What you just said was correct, though. Like the sense of urgency, the pacing, all of that, those are choices that are made by the directors on set and by the director and the editor in post-production. And it's clear that they did not really address that.
I mean, that's the whole biggest argument about it. It's like, yeah, they could have had the best actors in the world. Clearly, the Warren guy was the pick of the crop here because he was working with probably what it seems like the worst direction of it all. It was like it was done by someone who had no clue how Star Trek functioned, how it worked, how the characters are supposed to react. And I noticed Travis is wanting to say something. You go.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
You guys know that I am not super in touch with a lot of the Axanar fiasco. I watched the
Smart.
Yes, it is smart. I am
You think?
happy that I am, not as in touch with it. But I did watch Interlude, and I'm not. Look, to this day, I have not seen Prelude.
Really?
And yeah, I have never seen it. And
That's actually the only good one.
I
Yeah.
hear. But I mean, like, I watched Interlude, and I don't know if I needed to see Prelude or something, but one of the things that just kind of stuck to me is that a day later I remembered absolutely nothing about it in terms of story. There was nothing that really stood out to make it memorable. This is something that, like, I understand that in terms of, like, the guidelines and whatnot, Lane was not able to tell a sweeping narrative. But I mean, like,
I don't think the guidelines had anything to do with the limitations of this story.
I'm mainly just like, I'm just kind of firing from the
Hey
hip
guys,
here, but I mean,
Justin made me do it again.
like, no, stop it.
Your
But I mean,
camera's
like,
off, so I can't even
The
see
camera's
you.
off, so we can't see you.
Yes, and basically, like, what I'm saying is, I was hoping for at least a story,
Yeah.
Right.
and
Yep.
it felt like I was watching this, and it felt like it was just like a little tiny chunk of something before delving into something that just completely threw everything off.
It was a piece of minutia, and but here's the thing: you have to remember, you guys, we got exactly what we were promised. He put out a comic that this is exactly the comic.
I'm not
And less.
saying that. I'm not denying
Shit,
Jonathan
sure.
Lane's achievement.
Congratulations.
I'm not. Sorry, I am not digging at Jonathan Lane. I got no beef with the guy. I will say though, that his accomplishing this film does, like, as I said to, like, I briefed Rayna actually a bit on the whole fiasco earlier today, and I said that, like,
I'm invested.
I was going to say, and you're still here, Rayna? That's amazing.
oh, she's got. I'm pretty sure she's going to unload in terms of Falcon and the Winter Soldier, but
Yes, your time's coming, Rayna.
yeah, but I mean, like, I told her, like, yeah, Lane completed his film. Congratulations, Jonathan Lane. Like,
Yes, agreed.
Yeah, that's been
you
the whole
did
point.
it. Like, I don't think it's particularly good. My opinion.
It's like I
But
pooped
you did
today.
it.
Congratulations.
You did it. But here's the thing. He did it in less than a year, and
Actually, more like closer to a year and a half. But
well,
still, your point. I get your point.
Alec Peters announced Axanar back in 2014.
No, my friend,
2012.
2012.
2012.
Yeah.
You know, 3, 4, I don't know how many Kickstarters or
Two
fundraisers he's had.
Kickstarters and an Indiegogo.
Well,
Oh,
one Kickstarter
Jesus.
was for Prelude, which was released. Another Kickstarter was for Axanar. The next Kickstarter, then the Indiegogo for Axanar.
How many GoFundMe's?
Let
we
him finish.
We have seen a 3-minute scene, a teaser trailer, and nothing else.
Oh,
Yeah.
decommissioning
Peters,
ceremony.
Your
Decommissioning ceremony.
biggest, like, all right, Alec Peters, if you are watching this, like, look, I've got nothing against you as a person. I did not donate to Axanar. I don't really participate in Axamonitor. I'm going to challenge you. You have gotten so much money. You have had all this time. Jonathan Lane, your biggest supporter, got $22,000 and finished his film in a very short amount of time compared to what you have had. I believe that this is going to put you on a hot seat. Like, you need to start showing actual results.
Or
And
walk
here's the
away.
other- okay, and here's the other problem. Okay, that I'm going to point out that I made this post, and this is a problem with Jonathan Lane's and how intertwined he is with Alec Peters. All fan films are vanity projects. Okay, period. This is the only vanity project I've ever seen where the filmmaker made his film to boost someone else's ego. Because that's exactly what that was. That was all about Alec Peters, that entire thing.
And on a personal note, oh, sorry.
All because and just the amount of time that Peters has for this story that isn't even about him. This is supposed to be about the loss of Admiral What's His Nuts. Okay?
Ramirez.
Thanks. Okay. So that's what this is about. Yet it's entirely the Alec Peters show. So it's which just makes this whole venture more problematic. Yes, he got it done. Yes, he did exactly what he promised. It's still crap. So,
Well, I gotta agree on that one because okay, it's fan film. You can't really expect much from a fan film, especially, considering the days of the highballer fan films. It's pick and choose. You may get one, you may not. It just depends on who is making it. Clearly, this team didn't have the experience. They really needed to produce a quality Star Trek film. That's okay. It's a fan film. The story, not so good. The actors were okay, but their direction was wrong. The whole it's classic fan film failure 101. This is not a personal dig at Jonathan Lane or
Okay.
Alec Peters or anybody else.
I think that's a bit of an overstatement. Number one, this production team were not new to fan films. Josh Irwin and Victoria Fox have produced many of their own. They're pretty high quality for fan films. And the thing is,
Lane.
well, yeah, I mean, that's the problem. He can get in the way of his own.
And from what I've heard, in their own fights on the forums, it was Jonathan Lane that caused a lot of the issues with this production.
Yeah, I mean, I'm given to understand from what I've heard as well that things were not always rosy between Jonathan, Victoria, and Josh, and so that's why you have some of the troubles that you see show up in the film. But Sorry, I forget what exactly I was what I was going to say.
We were ranting about Jonathan, the direction of it.
Oh, right. Yeah. I mean, the thing is, I don't think you can call this film a failure. It's not a failure, you guys.
It's a fan film. It's not a failure.
Carlos,
Well, but you're
I'm not saying
equating
it's a failure.
fan film with failure, and I don't think that's fair on a number of levels.
I do, because the acting was horrible. And
So what?
No.
That's
I mean,
I mean, look, I think the success of a fan film is the fact that it actually gets completed. I'm with
the
Carlos.
success of a fan film is, did the people who participated in the project have fun expressing their fandom? That's the entire point of fan films.
That is one of the points of fan
but
film.
it's not about entertaining you and me. It's
untrue.
Yeah,
There are
that's
plenty
another
of
point.
when I made you guys, I've made a couple dozen Star Trek fan films. Okay, part of the reason that we did it, a big part of the reason that we did it, was to entertain people.
Star Trek role for
So yes,
however many
there are some fan films whose goal is exactly what you say, Jason. They're there to have fun. They do have fun. They have heart. It shows. That's cool. I'm not really interested in those fan films, but that's but that's not the only thing as a fan film should aspire to. They can aspire to more, and those that do. Let me finish, please. And those that do aspire to do that are often successful, and you can name them. You already have Horizon. I feel like we were able to do that with Hidden Frontier. Even with bad acting, we were able to do that because we concentrated on the story. Now, what Jonathan did not do very well here was actually come up with a great story that had any surprises at all for anyone. He basically told us exactly what this was going to be about. Yeah. So my point is that you can't just use this broad brush with fan films and say they're only about the people in them being happy. And sure, that can be, but there's some that aspire to more and should be judged accordingly.
Even with Hidden Frontier, you had the early season, you had bad CGI, but you still had good story, and it was easy to stay in on it. You had good direction. You looked like you really tried. You put your all into it. And that's what made Hidden Frontier enjoyable and quite easily watch.
Hey, Mad Planet. That's all I'm saying. Mad Planet. # Mad Planet.
Oh, Howard and Blaze Production.
So okay. This topic really needs to wrap up, and I think I know a great way to wrap this whole thing up. Mr. Lane, you produced your fan film. Congratulations. Apparently, you delivered exactly what you promised. So, double congratulations. Let us all point and laugh that Axanar is the star citizen of fan films.
Fair enough.
Carlos, before we wrap up on this one, can I just add something to this?
Sure, go ahead.
So, how I look at this, and I haven't seen the film, so I can't even tell you, but I will say that I agree with your point that it depends on where you want to take it. Do you want to prioritize monetization, or do you want to prioritize entertainment? But I think where it comes down to it is, like you said, there was experienced people in this, so it should have been better. I think that's why people in fan films, that's why it's such a mixed batch, is you have to know that there's credible talent in there. When we see a Zack Snyder film or anything like that, we know what we're getting. We have a baseline for that. Where fan films, it's like, that's why I would never donate someone. And I know that that's an awful thing to say, but it's like, unless I knew there was experienced names in there, and even then with experienced names, you have things like this happen. So it's good that he got his film out, but I can understand it kind of from all angles.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think with fan films, you grade on a curve depending on the people involved in it and the amount of money involved in it is what I think. And this is the problem with me on this. For me on this is that it's like Carlos said. You had Irwin, and you had
Victoria
Fox. Irwin, who wrote the script?
Jonathan.
Okay, so that's, I mean, you could have the best directors. You could have, I mean, if the writing isn't there, right? If the story isn't there, I mean, Jonathan took a novel concept, right? There was a problem. Tony Todd said, "F you, I'm flouncing" to Alec Peters, right? And the entire 30 minutes of Prelude was building up about how Ramirez was this tactical genius, and him making him CIC of Starfleet was going to change the tide of the war. Now all of a sudden, Tony Todd flounces, and you got to figure it out. So Jonathan Lane wrote a comic book, and he decided, I'm going to take this comic book and make it a movie, and make it a fan film to help Alec and what he's doing. The problem is that like he could have taken that story and developed it and grew it and made it something more. And he didn't. He made it. He basically made his comic book and was like, "Oh shit, it's only 6 minutes. I've got to throw in filler." So we cart out, and he could have done the documentary thing. He could have done the Prelude thing that won everybody's acclaim just by splitting up the action and having more of the talking heads and in the front, and then some in the middle and some at the end. It would have made for a more cohesive story. But that was Jonathan Lane's decision. That's not Victoria's. That's not Josh Sherman's decision. Mm-hmm. It was the executive producer who said, "This is the direction I want to go," and the directors did what they could.
And I think as far as that is concerned, they did pretty well, except they were the editors as well. So there are things that directorially and editorially they could have done to improve even what we did see. But we don't need to belabor that point. I think we're going to move on, Sean, because we're running out of time.
Okay, I want to say one more thing. That's it, and just leave it at that, if I could. May I? Please?
Go ahead.
Okay. Jason just made my point for me in that when he said he made this to help out Alec Peters. This goes right back to what I said about this being designed to boost Alec Peters' ego. This is my point.
Yeah, I don't think anyone denies that. No one's denied that.
No, he's agreeing with you, Jason.
I'm agreeing with you, Jason.
Yeah, I'm just saying everything Axanar related is designed solely, in my opinion only, to bolster the ego of Alec Peters.
Yeah, and that's why I started out this whole discussion saying that you cannot ignore that context when it comes to this film.
You're right. And I want to say at closing, Jonathan Lane, congratulations. I know we've had our issues, but you did a good job getting this out. I know I have criticisms of it, but good job. May this be the only action I ever made. At least you got one done.
All right, fair enough. So thank you, everybody. That was a great conversation. So let's move on. That we're wrapping up the Star Trek portion of tonight's episode, and we're going to
2 hours and 45 minutes. Yay!
Yeah, we're going to wind up with our review of this week's episode of Falcon and the Winter Soldier. And Rayna, you get to start us off. This was the episode in which we actually, after many episodes.
Oh, wait.
Oh, right. We got to do the spoiler alert.
Hey, guys. Right,
Bye,
which means I got to cut out here because
you
haven't seen the episode.
Okay.
And I'm literally pulling into my driveway, so I'm going to go watch it right now.
Okay.
All right, thanks, guys. It was great. I appreciate it.
Thanks, Sean. Thanks for joining us.
I'm flouncing too because I haven't seen it either. So.
Oh, you're fired. Okay. You could come back later for Florida, man.
Okay, I'll go on mute and turn off my camera, so someone will have to message me when you guys are done.
Okay, fair enough.
If we remember.
Okay, go ahead, Justin.
Spoiler alert. Spoiler alert. Spoiler alert.
Okay, so welcome back, everybody. We are talking about this week's episode of Falcon and the Winter Soldier. I'm going to start off just by saying, thank God we finally got to see the Falcon be the Falcon after
right.
3 episodes of no Falcon. So
a very pissed off Captain America.
Oh, yes. Okay, so we're going to start off. We're going to start off our review here with some words from Rayna because they've had to stay silent for all the Star Trek stuff.
Let me first say that I really do enjoy listening to you guys talk about it, though, because I've been really getting into it. So don't take it as disinterest. It's like I don't know a lot about what's going on, so I can't contribute, but I love the energy around it constantly.
We get heated, as you see.
Exactly. But I will say that I'm very excited to get to the Marvel portion. And this episode, like, my God, I was never a fan of the Falcon, but I was so just like, all right, you know what? I'm like Team Sam now because he really grew on me. Like, I thought Bucky was going to be like the focal point the whole time. Like, I was like, because I like Bucky. I mean, who doesn't?
He's 106 years old.
Sam has had no love, even in the Winter Soldier. The movie, The Winter Soldier, there was like you didn't really know where he came from, his origins. I feel like this was the most human episode and the most cruel at the same time. And I just loved his position in it. Like, you felt for him, you understood, and you saw him not only just as the Falcon, you saw him as a soldier, as someone who's seen trauma, who's seen pain, who understands that we don't always get our way, and that sucks in that context of everything. I felt like it was a very humanizing moment with him where I felt like it really finally connected with the character. And I had been waiting for that. Zemo, it was consistently good as well. I felt like this was the episode that was the best one so far. Out of the first four, 100%.
Mm-hmm.
I think where I kind of just got a little off put, though, is I had a feeling that he was going to get the Super Soldier Serum. I just did not expect it was going to go down like that, though.
Yeah, because it was different from the comics. You're talking about John Walker.
Yeah. I really did think it was going to go a different way, but I mean, it was brutal, but I had to step away after the episode and actually step out. I mean, everyone knew he was going to go bad, but like Disney pulled like the Spider-Man turning to dust level of emotion where you're like, okay, I need to like get out of here for a few minutes and think about this. But I think, and it's the Dora Milaje. That scene was epic as hell.
Awesome. That was awesome.
I was cheering
Wakanda forever.
Dude, he got his ass kicked. And I mean, you could see the hurt in his eyes. He was just like,
that
man,
line.
I got beat by two women, man, with no super soldier serum.
No
None.
Yeah.
I just let a couple of women with sticks beat the crap out of me.
I mean, they came in hot. Like, they didn't even, like, give a warning. Like, they were ready to take his head off with that spear. They were not even going to wait. I just the pacing of this episode was fantastic.
It really was.
It really was so good. Like, you had every time you had a down moment, you were really invested and you were connected. You were like, all right, I want to see where this conversation goes. Like, it's one of the few times in the show though that I'll say, like, I was really hoping he was going to get through to her. Despite everything she did,
he would have.
Yeah.
You could argue actually that he did. You could argue that he did get through to her.
He did.
It was close.
And I think that it's going to come down. Like, it really feels like they're trying to flip it where it's going to be like the Flag Smashers are going to actually kind of be assistive in this because Walker is off the deep end. I mean, after this, it's not going to be the same.
Yeah, I think Walker's about to become the big bad.
I just don't understand this whole thing with the power broker, though. I don't like it. I feel like it's something that's kind of extra. It's just like an extra pair of eyes, like they're going to slip in some extra antagonist in. And I think that we're so well set already that this doesn't really add anything to it. That was the only thing that I feel disconnected about.
I think that may be a setup for later because, by the way, this is episode 4. There's only 2 episodes left, folks.
Wasn't Dr. Doom the one that did the super soldier stuff, or am I thinking of someone else?
No, that wasn't Dr. That was Hydra.
Hydra.
Well, there's one thing that this episode did really well for me was that I actually kind of started to feel very, very sorry for John Walker. Particularly, like, there's a scene where they're in a bar, and you know, you could tell that there's a lot of conflict in John's eyes. I believe at this point he has the serum. He hasn't used it on himself yet, but I mean, like, you could tell that, like, he has had his, he's been getting his ass thrown around this entire episode by people Wakanda and by super soldiers, like, just seeing him, like, just ask, like, if you had the chance to take the serum, would you take it? And his friend saying, oh hell yeah, and later on seeing that friend, like, die before his eyes, like, there's just this episode did a really, really good job in terms of humanizing John Walker, because when we first see him, he's just kind of a dick. Like, he was an unlikable dick.
I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that. I think when he
I
showed
wanted
up,
to punch him.
I thought he was pretty earnest.
I think, yeah, I'm with Carlos on that. I actually kind of was like, all right, he's for the people. He's a soldier first and foremost, and I think that the pressure of expectation is really was his downfall.
Okay. To be fair, I wanted to punch him by the end of the.
I'll give you guys that one. I had a shot during the last segment, so maybe the
Oh, God.
alcohol's talking.
Oh boy,
So,
here we go.
but,
Dark.
hey, you guys, it's not my fault that Axanar is depressing, okay?
Why do you think I noped out?
But like as the show goes on, like he gets a bit dickish, and
He does.
where like I just you just don't really care. Like it felt like I'm not entirely sure how to describe it, but like this episode made me really feel for the guy, because you're right. He is like a soldier who he's got, like, I remember Ross saying like he has 3 medals of honor and they don't just give those out.
He was set up to fail is what happened. He was set up to fail.
And like, it's just it is very sad to see like this guy who was in like a top of the line trooper, soldier, loves his country, loves the people.
He's the tragic he's the tragic villain in that regard, where
he broke, and like seeing the shocking moment that we will probably be talking about shortly at the end of the episode, where he just like is looking around and people are looking at him, they're filming him. Like,
well, here's the big takeaway, the big deal of it that I find with Walker that I really respected about this episode. Everyone just hated him right off the bat, but the truth is that no one was going to ever live up to Steve. That was the whole thing.
Yeah.
He knew he acknowledged that he was never going to be Steve. I think the pressure of expectation, because people had an expectation of what Captain America was supposed to be, and he was never going to be. Getting his ass kicked, he realizes that he was sent to fight people that were way above anything he has ever dealt with.
Mm-hmm.
He was sent to fail immediately. But what makes it interesting, and the most compelling thing to me, and me and my friend were actually talking about this, is he is a parallel of Carly, I think her name is.
Yeah.
Think about it. The government's looking down on those refugees and putting it, like, really holding resources and everything else. This is just a militarized side of it. Putting soldiers out there that aren't ready to deal with the things that are out there. See, Sam and Bucky, they've dealt with this crap. I mean, they dealt with Thanos. Like, this was way above anything Walker could deal with, and I can understand, like, he finally just caved. That was it. I mean, there was no way. But I thought, like, if you look at how he goes down in the comics, they really, like, you felt bad for him. You understood. Like, if you were in his position, you could feel like you'd fall under the weight of those expectations, and they do a really good job setting that up.
Yes, indeed. Ross, what did
We
you
lost Ross.
Ross, did we lose you? I think we did.
Yeah,
I thought he was just looking so pensive.
Yeah.
He's frozen.
He's thinking about that ending.
Okay. Oh, there you are, Ross. Did you want to weigh in? Oh, wait. He's still in and out, I think.
oh no.
Okay, let's watch for him for when he comes back.
He's getting WandaVision.
Here's what I think this episode did masterfully, and they've been working up to this, but this show really brought this all together. Is nobody, except maybe, well, Sam and Bucky, I guess, but even they have their flaws. Nobody's a good guy or a bad guy in this show, in this episode. Everybody fucks up somehow. Everybody is evil in some way. You know, people that we're used to thinking of as heroes. And I think that is a sophisticated way of storytelling where your protagonists and antagonists don't necessarily fall cleanly along the lines of good and evil, the way you see.
And it's a very thin line in this show.
Yeah. Like you can understand why people are doing what they're doing, even though what they're doing may not really be good. And that's true whether you're talking about John Walker, whether you're talking about the Durat Milage, whether you're talking about Carly or Sam or Bucky or Sam's sister, even. So I think, you know, top level, they did a great bit of storytelling here, sophisticated storytelling that you could still relate to on a human level.
I think where it really ties together well is there's only one inherent evil, and it's funny because he's the one who gets away with the most is Zemo. He gets away with everything, not because he has resources or anything like that. Look how he plays the people that are affected by these tragedies.
Mm-hmm.
He knows exactly when it's Bucky, when it's Sam, when it's even just the kids in the refugee camp. Yeah. He knows how to play on their deepest torments. And I think that is so well to his character, because in a world filled with evil, you have one guy, the seemingly nice guy, that's the worst of them all. And they set that up so well here. I think with Walker and Bucky, I think there's a really good split there. They don't have a lot of scenes together, but the dynamic is there's a scene in the beginning of the show where it was saying, where Zemo was explaining basically the difference between the Red Skull and Captain America. There is no other Captain America, because basically he had to live up to the example of that shield, where the Red Skull was about power. And I think that that's what this whole show is about, is they're all technically fighting for the same thing, but because of their approaches, they're constantly in connection and fighting one another. And there's just no resolution. And I honestly foresee it. There's no good way this is going to end. I mean, there's just no way. I think Walker, if he dies, the only way that they're going to be able to do that is he's going to have to do a redeemed self-sacrifice. And I don't think he's going to. I don't either. And that's what I was saying. Like, I don't think they'll cop out like that with him. I think he's in the spotlight now, and if he was under tremendous pressure before, had to have been 100 cameras on him.
Yeah.
And not to mention now Bucky and Sam are in the eye of that storm right there, because they were right there with him. So I wonder if they're going to tie into, guilty by association kind of thing. Are they in representation of it?
Yeah. I think the irony for John Walker was that, he was crying about how he was overpowered by super soldiers and then by, a bunch of Wakandans who weren't even super soldiers. And yet when it comes down to it at the end, he overcomes a super soldier, and by overcome, I mean slaughters, in a brutal way. And just from a visual, even though you don't really see it happen,
you feel it.
When he lifts up that shield, and it's got the blood on the bottom of the shield, it's like it's powerful. It's powerful.
Well, hell, whenever you see him throw that dude through the wall, and he first comes back in the scene after he takes the serum.
But did you guys notice that Zemo actually predicted what was going to happen to Walker? He said it. If you think about what he said. When you put people in a position where they become icons and they can't live up to that example, they become people like the Red Skull. They become people that have to use that power to still feel like they can hold up that expectation. And I feel that plays so well to his character, because they screw him over at like every point. There is not a point where he wins and it feels like a win. And you can kind of see him slipping when he goes into the Flag Smashers warehouse, where their safe house where they were. He's on the edge, borderline ready to knock that guy out that spit in his face. But it's just that little bit of self-control. He's trying to hold it in. And they progressively make him fail. I mean, he's the tragic villain, and they do it well.
Yeah.
I think the actors they picked for this, like, I know, like, I harp on WandaVision a lot, but people need to know I love the Scarlet Witch. In my top 10 characters all time. but there's no risk. Like, I know it sounds stupid, but that show never felt for a moment like there was something at stake. I feel like I hurt for everyone in this show. Because even the villains, the ones that we're supposed to be rooting against, you see their position and you're like, if I were in the same thing, and especially looking at our climate nowadays, politically and everything, it's amazingly written, and I think that Loki's going to have a lot to live up to after this show.
Oh, I can't wait for Loki.
Well, I think so far so good as far as how Marvel is handling these shows. I do agree with you about Scarlet Witch. I think, and we said this during the time we were reviewing it as well, that Marvel has done from the get-go a really bad job with the Scarlet Witch in terms of like, even what the hell were her powers, like, other than just big red balls of energy she'd throw and they were powerful, but like, you don't know what they were about, what they did, why they worked sometimes and other times they didn't, all that sort of stuff. They did reach closer to clarity through WandaVision, but still, it's not like Spider-Man, you know what his deal is in the first 5 minutes. Captain America, you know what his deal is in the first 5 minutes. All of the great Marvel heroes, you get the premise, you know what their powers are, you know what burdens come along with that. You have zero of that with Wanda, and I think that's a problem.
I think I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
I was just going to say, with WandaVision, I think that it suffered with Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., like what they suffered with. It was a novelty more than anything. Those old-timey TV shows and stuff, novelty, and it takes away from that character. Where here, it's like, you have Bucky, who's facing the demons of his past. You have Sam, who has done this amazing thing as a hero and is not being represented for it at all. He's one of many. And then you have, you know what I mean? So it's like these characters, you see them and you connect with them because they're going through very human struggles, despite these extraordinary things that they've done and are still doing. I think where the show really hits home is there's, like you said, there's no bad guy. Like, everyone has a flaw. And I think that the show is less about necessarily doing heroic acts and basically being the best of ourselves. Because I think that's what Sam's learning is, for everything that Steve Rogers was, he's not comparable to anybody else. He's Steve Rogers, and he had his own things to rise above. And I think it's the individual struggle that makes Captain America. It's to the person, not to, just the one idol.
Okay, let's talk a little bit about the two actual titular characters here and how far they've come and what happened with them in this particular episode. I'll start real quick with Sam. This was a great Sam episode, as you pointed out, Rayna. And I think what we saw, the most heroic part of what we saw Sam do was actually not him, become the Falcon, which was awesome, but still.
Which was great anyways, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it was great to see. It was him talking to Carly and basically getting through to her. And he did get through to her, even though, Walker screwed it up. And that was his heroic moment. He actually was able to get through to the bad guy. And to the degree that the bad guy still reached out to him through his sister and empathized with what he was going through, that's really cool. Bit of heroism there, and that took zero superpowers. It was all just force of will and gumption and experience, all brought together. And contrasting that with John Walker, who basically the premise of this was he needs the serum in order to become what he thinks is a hero, whereas in Sam, he realizes that he only needs who he is, to be true to himself, to be a hero, and he was. And on Bucky's part, being able to see how how the Wakandans helped him overcome the programming of the Winter Soldier program was, we've never seen that. And
that was an emotionally intense as well.
yeah, it was very intense. And so you get this clear sense of what he had to overcome. I mean, you actually see it, you know what it was, because, we know where he started and where he ended up. We actually got to see him have to work through that. And we got to see how much he owes the Wakandans for that. That one line where she says to him, "I won't let you hurt anyone," that's a big deal, because that's part of the reason he was resisting his own his own redemption, because he was afraid that trying to redeem himself would end up hurting people. And so that was a gift that
it was an establishment of trust.
Yeah.
And there was they honestly made it so compelling in just a minute with that scene of why he was like, look, if this goes all bad, I'm turning Zemo over, and there's nothing I'm going to be able to do to stop it. And I wouldn't. And I think that speaks volumes to the mission, considering how much they needed Zemo the whole time.
Yeah, they really did.
And
they really did. Even after he betrayed them, they needed. Even after they knew that he betrayed them, they still needed him. Okay, other thoughts, Travis? I know you want to say something.
One of the I just wanted to touch base on something you said, Carlos. You said that he was able to get through to Carly, no superpowers or anything. Another thing that really stands out in this same area is in this episode, Bucky asks him, if you had the chance to take the serum, would you take it? And he immediately said no. And the fact that it is specifically I think it's Zemo who calls him out and says oh wow, no hesitation, that's impressive. It's he doesn't need the power, he doesn't need a power. He is overcoming a lot of obstacles and whatnot on his own. And I know that some of you have said that you haven't really had much interest in the Falcon before this show. I personally kind of dug the Falcon because he was more human. I tend to find that people without these powers a bit more on the interesting side, as opposed to people like the Hulk, Superman. I just never really cared for the people who have all the power. This we're getting a really, really cool look into an underutilized character of the franchise.
And what you can do with a character like that. And there's a lot of room to develop them.
And I honestly could, going into the future with this character, I believe we could very much get, someone as deep as Iron Man or Captain America in the future movies, if they play their cards right. So
they'll need to, frankly.
Yeah. Well, I think that's why they're targeting. If you see the roster that the MCU is trying to pull in, Kamala Khan, for example, is a very human character. Very much. She has powers, but to me, she's one of the most grounded and learns very quickly.
Yeah.
There's consequences for everything. But I do believe with this show, another thing that I just so appreciated was with Bucky is they had when they started that fight on the truck, there was no fighting together at all. They were doing their own thing. I like that they were so coordinated in this episode. You can tell that they've grown used to each other again, and you could see they planned together, they were working together, they were fighting together. It was really nice to see, because it's from the fights, usually from what it has gone on so far, is it's been a one type of affair. One person stands out above, where even Walker in this one, when he got the serum in him, he was brutal. He was given as much as he was taken. And I was kind of impressed with just the choreography in this whole episode. But I'm with you, Carlos. I feel like that scene between Sam and Carly is the best part of this whole thing, because I think that's what Steve saw in him in the first place, is that he didn't need all these amazing gifts and talents like the other Avengers. He was Sam, and that was more important than anything else.
That's why he gave him the shield, man.
Exactly.
That's why he gave him the shield. Not to become Captain America, but because he was the right man to become Captain America.
Exactly.
So yeah, Justin, you want to?
Well, I think we could possibly see a redemption arc for John Walker because they are going to have a new Captain America, as we pointed out, going into the next phase of the Marvel Universe here, and they
Well,
have.
we have to because the one we got just killed a man on global television. So
Oh, Steve Rogers done it before while he was Captain America. He killed people with
but
handguns.
he didn't slaughter them.
He wasn't a brutal murderer.
Yeah, he was defending himself. He was not.
Yeah, but considering that, well, we don't know how.
Steve Rogers never did anything like what we just said tonight.
No, but considering the state of this world and considering the fact that these terrorists just blew up and killed a whole bunch of innocent people, they will probably not look at us negatively. They'll probably smack him for it and go on the way and put him on leave.
It does beg the question, though, if that scene of Bucky getting rehabilitated and Wakanda has a double meaning, like maybe they can do that with Walker. I know the scenario is a little bit different, but they deal with a lot of spiritual magic and things like that, and basically of the soul. I know it's kind of a weird concept, but I mean, it wouldn't be out of the ordinary.
Redeem Bucky. I mean, they could redeem him too.
Bucky's already been redeemed.
Yeah.
As I said, if they can redeem Bucky, they can redeem him too.
Can we just spend like 5 minutes talking about how amazing he looks with short hair?
Yes, I agree. You're totally right. When they showed those flashbacks of him with the long hair, I'm like, oh, much better look these days.
I know, right? He's all like clean cut, ready to go. No, but it's good because I feel like Sam is not only like learning that he can be more without Steve, but I think Bucky is too. Like Bucky's really coming into his own. He sees the world from a good perspective.
How much did you love when the Wakandans do the little, thing on his shoulder and his arm falls off?
That was awesome.
And I was like, Wakandans are so cool because, of course, they programmed that into the arm. Of course,
out of all the things they could have thought of, I even love the little dialogue. Did you know they could do that? No, I didn't. Like, it's such a clever written piece of dialogue for something so simple, but it's just. That whole thing.
And then at the end, whenever she took the shield from Walker and he's holding on to it, she was going to take the shield.
Yeah, she was going to take the shield. For sure.
Well, I mean, it's vibranium, so I honestly thought that's where they were going to go with it because they're probably still staking a claim on all of that, and that was taken not by choice. I was honestly shocked to see her stab right through that shield. I was like, oh man, they are serious about kicking his ass. Yeah. They didn't let him do anything.
Well, I mean, vibranium, equals.
It was actually kind of funny watching him try to pull the shield off the floor.
Yeah.
But the spear was through it, and he's like, oh, damn it.
Yeah.
And when he tried to shake her hand.
And then.
No, it wasn't the shaking the hand. It was when he touched her on the shoulder. Oh, that is what started it. Because it was condescending, it was patronizing.
Yep.
I mean, I'm sorry.
Yeah. The other fun scene, I wouldn't say fun scene, but cool scene, I guess, whenever he throws that shield for the first time, you felt that.
Mm.
You felt that shield impact. I mean, it just hit that person with, but yeah. I mean,
honestly,
that was some of the best shield slinging ever.
Oh, yeah.
Better than
there's
the
a lot of
original
times.
Cap.
Well, I mean, if you look at, I remember watching Endgame and just seeing how he used the shield, and I was like, it's okay, but there's nothing really special about it. Like the shield doesn't do very much, just bounces around occasionally, and Thanos, smacks it around. This was the first time you actually saw it used as a weapon in a way that was like super powerful and deadly. And it was kind of cool to see that finally.
I think the closest second we got to that was Civil War when it was Bucky and Cap versus Stark.
Mm-hmm.
Like that was the only thing close. I think the impact that really made me realize how strong Walker was when he was coming down those stairs and kicked that guy into a wall so hard he made a crater in that wall. Like,
what about when he slammed the guy into the fountain? Oh man,
dude, Sam's face as that guy got thrown past him was like, oh Jesus, what did you do?
Yeah, for sure. Okay, I think we need to wrap up. Any
holy shit, 3 hours and 17 minutes.
We had a lot to cover. Any final words before we close up the show with what are we watching?
I hope that they touch more on Zemo on the next one. Like, I feel like he got, like, there was a lot of good moments in this episode, but I hope that they do a lot more with him because he has been just an absolute delight through this whole thing.
Yeah, I think Zemo definitely, as a character, gets away with really stealing the show in a lot of ways. Like, you can't hate him, even though he's a terrible person.
Yeah, I
You can't hate him.
Like,
He's rich.
in
Yeah.
terms of, like, I didn't care for him in Civil War, so it's.
I barely remember him.
Well,
like,
that's what's amazing about this. This guy who had like maybe like 10, 15 lines in Civil War is like stealing the show for like the first like 2 or 3 episodes of this whole show. His dialogue though is always prophetic of what's going to happen, which I really appreciate.
Hey, his whole thing about supremacist, that it's embedded in this notion of heroism in the Marvel universe, which I'm not sure is true, but he makes a point. And we see it actually play out in this episode, 15 minutes later. So yeah, definitely, for sure. Okay. Last chance before we go.
Okay. So
son?
What was the tone of this show?
This episode?
Because you had the secret agent episode a while ago, and what was the tone of this episode?
I would say the human perspective, the emotional tragedy. I think that they went for a more grounded human take to it because they've been kind of having a theme, but I think that that's what this one was about. Was really about the human perspective, that gray area.
Yeah, I think what stood out about this show was that they weren't trying to be a genre like we did as we saw in the first 3 episodes. This one was much more about just the story standing on its own 2 feet, and the drama of the humanity, like Rayna just said, really driving the story forward. And that's ideally what you want to see. Like, you don't want to have to fall back on genre tropes to tell your story. And I think they pull that off in this episode.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
So it is kind of taking off like WandaVision did.
I think
because after a while, Wanda stopped being about being in TV eras and then moved on to just being the story.
Yeah. I think they just got there faster in this show.
Well, they also had more episodes in WandaVision. So
yeah, they had 8, and we're only getting 6 here, so there's only 2 left. So yeah, it's probably about time. It is a shame because I'm more invested in this than I was in.
Oh yeah, 100%.
I had a good feeling about this show.
Yeah, no, I was. I have to say, I did not have expectations this high for Falcon and Winter Soldier, and they have exceeded them by many times.
Have they said if we're going to get a season 2 or not?
My guess is no, because this is leading into this
hope we do.
No, we'll see something else. I think
Loki.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we're not going to see season 2 of WandaVision either. These are the stepping stones to phase 4. So that's the job they're doing. They're not trying to have a series that they keep on television for as many seasons as they can get away with. These are stepping stones leading to a specific goal.
Imagine if they did this with the Star Trek universe.
Well, my argument is maybe they should.
The production quality's high.
Well, yeah, they're all using that green screen surround stage that they beat it back in Mandalorian because that's the new hotness. And what I've seen of it cuts production time down to half.
That's the beauty of being Lucasfilm, and that's one of the better reasons for Disney to acquire Lucasfilm. Lucasfilm's always been on the edge of changing how films are made.
Yeah,
and they did it with Star Wars.
Yep. With
although not for the better.
Well,
in some areas.
But usually those were story problems, not technology problems.
Actually, yeah, you've got a point there.
Yeah.
Or naming something Goku.
I feel blind rage when I hear about the new trilogy in certain areas, and it's all story related.
Yeah, I mean, nothing substitutes for a good story, and I think that was the problem we saw really with the second trilogy of.
And they're visually beautiful. The
Yeah.
soundtracks are fantastic. The costume design, everything is great. It's just the damn stories.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Good. Okay. So, thank you all for your thoughts on Falcon and the Winter Soldier. 2 episodes to go. We'll be back for episode 5 next week. So take notes. Folks at home, we're going to wrap up with our final segment. What are we watching? And then please stick around for a little bit after that for our traditional post-show segment, Florida Man, in which we share the Florida Man news of the week. So
don't forget to someone bring in Jason. Don't forget to
Oh yeah, someone message Jason so we can.
Hang on, let me message the Farsay and
send him a message.
Hey,
go ahead,
bearded one.
Go ahead, Rayna. You were gonna ask something.
I was going to say he hasn't watched the episode yet. How have you not watched this thing yet? This thing's amazing.
I know that he had a work thing that came up today, and he had to deal with that, so he probably just spent his time.
I don't watch these episodes. I just listen to you guys and impart my wisdom.
And you're really good at that, son. You just really you're batting 1,000 or pretty close.
See, that's what I'm doing. Like even with the Star Trek stuff, I don't know everything obviously yet because I'm just getting into it. But listening to you guys, I still feel like we're talking about production and things like that. I can really still have an understanding of what's going on.
Look, these asshats are really good at getting you hooked on other shows, like Cobra Kai, for example. And other shows, they are really good. They got me hooked on The Expanse. Yep. I hated that show after trying to watch first.
And now he is ours.
And they got me talked into watching it first couple episodes. And after I made it through it, same thing with The West Wing. I couldn't stand that show. Fucking Sean O'Halloran. Sorry, Sean.
Even got me to it another time. And I love the show.
Wait. You cannot credit the brilliance of The West Wing on Sean O'Halloran.
Yes, I can, because he's the one that got me zeroed in.
I think Fassé is claiming that he's the one who touted it to you.
They were doing it before you did.
No, I'm saying that the
West Wing is...
Did you see what Ross just posted? Put it up there.
Good luck, Ross. I'm sorry.
He says I'm going to get you guys into 40K and BattleTech. And I have to say, sorry, Ross. Ain't gonna happen.
I love BattleTech.
Well, see, here's the thing. I'm already into BattleTech. I'm just into the Mech Warrior side of BattleTech. So.
Yeah, I'm more of a Mech Warrior type of person. Ross don't even know how to do Pong. Not Ross.
Well, you guys are welcome to do it. I'm happy to take a break in the show if you guys want to discuss it.
If we're going to get Carlos into anything, I want to watch Carlos play Journey, the PlayStation game that is literally just an exploration game. Because you like exploration games.
I do like exploration games. I do actually.
Well, you get them on Oregon Trail.
They just came out. They just came out. In fact, I scheduled for us to talk about the new Star Trek Legends game that came out on Apple
I'm
Arcade.
pissed about that.
Why?
Because it's only Apple. I don't have an Apple device, so how am I supposed to enjoy it?
Sucks to be you.
That is so sad.
You be quiet, Mr. Highballer.
Look, let's put it this way. If they want more money, they'll move from the platform to others.
That's actually true. When the time is right.
You guys need a gaming segment. I'm all in if you guys do a gaming segment.
Well, we actually
we do from time to time.
Yeah,
nice.
Even if we don't do one on here, Ross, our eyebrows are doing. We do a gaming podcast where it's usually me, Ross, Raul, Son, and 1 or 2 other people. So
yeah, let Rayna know.
Yeah, keep me around. I'm not even at my final form yet.
Oh God, getting in already.
Well, all right. So let's welcome back Peter Fassé, and let's find out what we were watching this weekend. Since you just came back, Jason, why don't you start us off?
So this weekend, the kid and the family and I, so my wife and my kid, I decided to go ahead and rewatch the Back to the Future trilogy.
I should do that. I should do that.
It's on
Which
Netflix,
happened-
ain't it?
Amazon Prime, but it happened
Oh.
right before the Picard. So this is kind of how I really kind of because we watched the night was it so Picard Day was what, or Star Trek Day was Monday. So
Monday,
Sunday Sunday night we watched Back to the Future, and so like the 10:04 p.m. was ingrained in my head. So when I saw that the next day, I like flipped out. Like I'm at work and I'm like, and people in my I'm in the office and I'm like going, it's 10:04 p.m. And one of my coworkers comes, he's like, Jason, are you okay? It's not 10:04 p.m. I'm like, oh, sorry, I was watching a trailer. But
I think you watched that with the projector.
yeah, so we watched Back to the Future and Back to the Future 2 and Back to the Future 3. And so now my kid is on a Back to the Future kick. Him and Harrison made which Harrison is Sean's son. They made Hill Valley and Minecraft.
I think that's great.
Not Minecraft, Fortnite, and
Fortnite,
yeah, and so he now wants to be Marty McFly for Halloween. Although I still think he should go as the 10th Doctor.
Hey, speaking of Sean's sons, his younger son Hayden, he has a TikTok channel which I urge you to subscribe to.
Then I have to have TikTok.
He is what?
But then I have to have TikTok.
Well, so just for the one show, for the one channel, he is doing this show, which is, I think he calls it Otter Who, and it's like Doctor Who meets otters, which you should love, Travis. And
Travis sponsored the show.
It is hilarious. The kid is a comic genius. I'm not kidding you.
Wayne sponsored the show.
So, Sean, I don't know if you're still listening or not, but I'm sold on Hayden's Otter channel on TikTok because it's awesome. Anyway, go ahead and finish, Jason, with what you were watching this week.
It was basically that. It was
okay. Great.
Yeah.
Okay, then let's go to Lane. Lane, what did you watch this week, and did Travis watch with you?
So,
did you play Disney Roulette this week?
This week on Disney Roulette, we actually got a really good one. We dodged a bullet. It was actually quite funny because we got to the last few slips and we thought we had our two left, and the contenders were up and cars.
Ooh, okay.
And
Roswell approved of cars.
And the thing is, like, since they drew up, we're like, oh no, we're stuck watching Cars. But there was one more slip that that was actually kind of stuck in the rim. We had to dig it out. Like, oh, there's one more left. We don't have to watch Cars. Hooray! And we ended up watching one of my personal favorites, Finding Nemo. That is a fucking gorgeous movie. Especially
it is gorgeous,
on a 4K television. It is just. But yes, we just watched that. We just indulged in the absolutely serene underwater world that is Finding Nemo. We laughed at Ellen DeGeneres and Dory, and we just it was honestly like the first time I'd seen it in a few years, and it's held up pretty damn well. Like, some of that humor is just like it's funny. It's a funny film, but when you're watching with friends, you guys have a riot when
Travis, fish are friends, not food.
Yes,
okay.
That is.
See, that's only half of the comedy. The other half of that comedy. The other half of the comedy is all Australian comedy.
Oh, we were dying. Like, my friend was dying at at Bruce's voice, just like, hello.
Here's a quick fact. Do you know why his name is Bruce?
Yes. Because they named the animatronic shark in Jaws Bruce.
Right.
Do you know why his name was Bruce and the animatronic shark was named Bruce in Jaws?
I'm sure my sister knows because she is a Jaws fanatic.
Spielberg's ex-wife's divorce lawyer's name was Bruce.
There you go. I probably have heard that.
I have no idea what that has to do with Deanna Troy, but
I have heard that. I'm pretty sure I have heard that fact. Like I said, my sister absolutely loves Jaws.
She has good taste.
Okay, we need to move on. So, Son, what did you watch this week?
There was actually a lot of interesting stuff this week on YouTube. But if I have to pick one thing, Defunctland TV released an episode this week about Carmen Sandiego. Where on earth is Carmen Sandiego? And also talked about a bit of the history of the computer games of them as well as it's a spin-off show where in time is Carmen Sandiego.
That's right. It actually started. Didn't it start as a game first, then a TV show? Yeah.
It was basically a computer game first, and a geography teaching tool that became a PBS sensation during the game show golden age for kids television shows.
I was a grown-ass adult and I watched that show.
Hey, I remember when that game came out on Commodore 64. So yeah, it was.
Look, this shit is my childhood. Damn. I mean, that's literally I posted that and I said my childhood. That was nothing else.
How old are you again?
I'm like 30 something.
Oh, I'm older than you.
Of course.
Well, I was playing. We're in the world's Carmen Sandiego on Apple II. So.
I done that too, and Oregon Trail.
That was the other thing that I was going to bring up earlier about the Apple Arcade. They also just released this week on Apple Arcade a new updated version of Oregon Trail, which is getting rave reviews. So if you got an Apple,
if you're looking for a different take on it, there is a game on Steam called Oregon Trail that is a zombie shooter.
I love it. Okay, so let's go over to Stalwart Justin. What did you watch this week?
I watched the latest episode of Invincible, which took a dramatic turn.
Really? I haven't seen it. I should know what happens because I read it, but it was like 10 years ago.
Well, if you know what happens, then it shouldn't shock you that it took a bloody conclusion to Invincible itself. He basically teams up with this other not so good guy, kind of a bad guy, to take out an even badder guy, and the new team can get wiped out pretty much. So yeah, it's very bloody, very messy, and there's a plot, I guess, to kill his dad. So it's going to be very interesting to see how they play this out. I don't even know how many episodes we get of this season.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I forget who it was I was having a disagreement with last week about when Invincible was introduced, and was it Raul?
It might have been.
Who insisted it was back in the 90s, and it wasn't. It was 2003. So, just saying. Okay.
Victory.
Yes, victory. Yeah, so hashtag Neener. Let's go to Rayna. What did you watch this week?
Well, besides Star Trek: The Next Generation, thanks to Travis getting me into it, which
Thank you, Travis.
I'm on episode 10. I'm really enjoying it. But another thing that actually caught my eye that you guys may be into is 11/22/63.
Oh, I love that.
I realized I had Hulu with my Disney Plus subscription, so I was like, you know what? Let me check something else on there. And my God, that show was fantastic. I binged it in one go. I think it's one of James Franco's best projects, bar none.
Agreed.
It's fantastic.
Yeah. As usual, the book was better, but it was a good adaptation. It was a good adaptation.
Real quick, one other thing to check out on Disney Plus, the Mighty Ducks Game Changers. Yeah, I started watching that.
I watched because of Ensign Beard Fossé, and I loved it. And your stuff about Gordon Bombay, I think it was great. I think what they did with him was great. Him being disillusioned, that's it's almost a trope, but it works. It makes this, it's kind of this little engine running the show underneath. It wasn't.
But he was a lawyer. Why would a successful lawyer who tried his hand at hockey, who failed, who got disillusioned with hockey, go to run a rundown ice skating rink instead of going back
Because
to a lucrative
how
law
many
firm.
lawyers do you know? Because I know a lot of them, and there's a lot of them who, given the chance to leave practicing law, would. So I wasn't very surprised about that.
I know a lawyer who got his bar, passed the bar, and never practiced a day in his life.
I do. I know such a person also.
Yes, we all know this person, and it's Mr. Lehman.
More Axanar.
Sorry. Okay. So
Rayna, yeah, go ahead, Rayna. What else?
Yeah.
Oh well, that was a big one. But with Star Trek, though, I was telling Travis, I was like texting him through like each episode, like, "Oh my god, this happened."
this happened, and you haven't even gotten the good ones yet.
No, but I like I was saying, I'm just absolutely in love with Q as a character. I just love every time he shows up, and the cast is just like, again with this shit.
You know who Q is, right? In the Star Trek pantheon, Q is the Star Trek version of Loki.
I figured that. I literally told you that, Travis. I'm like, man, I like this guy. He's giving me some serious Loki vibes.
Yeah. like I'm really, really excited for some of the episodes to come. Like, we were talking a bit about an episode called Tapestry, and unfortunately, it's a bit of a ways away. But, oh man, like...
I'm sorry, yeah.
The best is yet to come.
Yeah, the best is yet to come, for sure.
Well, I will say that what I've seen, there's been nothing that's really made me like, okay, I need a break or I need to step away. Like, I get invested.
Like, just
well, here's the deal. Like usually a lot of people shit on season 1. I actually really do enjoy a lot of season 1 and season 2. There's a lot of really good episodes. Season 1 and season 2 feel more like the original series in terms of kind of the fantastical nature of the episodes. So, so if you like these,
and that's actually by design,
right? So if you like these first two seasons, then you might really enjoy the original series. But more importantly, there's a lot of high sci-fi concepts in the first 2 seasons that don't wind up playing out later in later seasons because the later seasons become more grounded. But the later seasons are phenomenal too. So I don't say that to take away from the later seasons. Like, you have Tapestry, which is a high sci-fi concept, right? You have the Borg, best of both worlds. You're again, I kind of envy you in that you're watching one of the best Star Trek series ever produced. Probably, in my opinion, the best Star Trek series ever produced for the first time.
Lies, DS9.
Yeah, DS9.
There's DS9's second best.
These DS9 wouldn't. No.
Not.
Well, if I can just say what I was talking to Travis about in regards to this when I started watching it that I really enjoyed. I've been with Star Wars. No kidding. My first Star Wars movie was Revenge of the Sith. Imagine that. And I actually went back and watched everything, and I was in love with it. And then I slowly started to lose interest in it. So it feels nice to go into a new world and everything's new, because I think that's the best experience to get into a show, when everything feels fantastical and you're like, oh, what does that do? Oh my God, they're explaining it now. The things that work in Star Trek so much better than Star Wars, and it so helped me get into it. My 2 biggest problems with Star Wars, and I told Travis this, the crew all have uses. Nothing pisses me off worse in Star Wars than when you got characters just standing around there to sell action figures. That pisses me off more than anything. And then the second thing is the ship itself. Like, it feels like they use everything. It's not just like a one and done utility. I've noticed that a lot in a lot of sci-fi properties. Like, here you feel like they're using everything they have when they're dealing with something. And I really like that. It makes it feel like there's a team cooperating together, using all the tools at their disposal. And the only thing I can say that drives me absolute crazy is Wesley. He gets on my nerves. That's the only thing that drives me absolutely crazy.
Wesley.
Things get better with him, actually.
No, they don't.
Yeah,
things don't get better with him until he joins the Ready Room.
That's not true.
That's a little hard. Like, I will say that, like, later season, he is written better.
Yeah. Once he stopped being Gene Roddenberry's, wish fulfillment fantasy
Avatar in the series.
Avatar, yeah, then he's better.
Yeah.
Once he stopped being the whiny little brat that always got his way.
There's a reason why I said, I'm sorry that you had to watch Justice. He is responsible for delivering to date the quote that I hate more than any other quote in the entire franchise. And it's when, he has already crashed into the plants in this episode, and he's like, I was chasing the ball and I fell through that. I'm really sorry. And the meteor's like, you admit that willingly? And he stands up straight and he says, I'm with Starfleet. We don't lie. Every time he says that, I'm just like, fuck you, Wesley. Shut up.
What do you mean? No, that's like...
That is a terrible line. It's a terrible moment for the character.
No, that's awesome.
But even the bad moments, that's the best thing about being completely blind to all this, is when you have that expectation that it's going to be bad, it's always going to be bad in those episodes. But when you go in, you have redeeming qualities that you wouldn't see otherwise if you weren't going in blind.
I only have one thing to say to you, Travis, about your "we don't lie" rant. The first duty of every Starfleet officer is to the truth, whether it's to the scientific truth, or the historical truth, or the personal truth. It is the guiding principle which Starfleet is based, and if you cannot find it within yourselves to stand up and tell the truth about what happened, you don't deserve to wear that uniform.
Yeah, but who does he say that to?
To Wesley.
Exactly.
Which is the point. I mean,
and I will say,
nice
I will say that when I first saw season 1 of TNG, it wasn't nearly as bad as when I revisited certain episodes for certain lists that I did in the big Star Trek group. So take that with take it for what it's worth. I had also just finished watching season 3 of the original series, which I also loathed.
There's some high points, but let me tell you, someone who lived through the original airing of Next Generation, you have to remember that this was something we had never seen in American television history. The idea that a show that had been canceled 20 years earlier was being brought back because of the fans. And we were so happy to get any kind of Star Trek at all that's really the only reason why it survived season 1, honestly.
I don't
I was there, okay? I was there.
I was 10 years old.
How old were you? You were 10, okay?
I was 10.
I was 27. You were too young for the original series. I lived through that too. So it was your first Star Trek. For us, it was replacing something that had been stolen from us, and that by itself was the fumes that kept it going, even through some of those terrible episodes in the first two seasons.
But it was unique in that it was syndicated, so it didn't have the market forces of being on broadcast television.
Sure, that's one of the things that made it successful, for sure. It created a whole new market.
But I even when I look back at like Justice, or Justice is a great concept. It's a great quandary. If you could have paradise at the expense of capital punishment, right? If you could create a perfectly peaceful society where everybody followed the law, and the few times people didn't, they were executed, right? Would it be worth it? I mean, that was even the cheesier or harder, the rougher episodes had dabbled in that high sci-fi concept that made the show really good.
I'm sorry, I just think there's no justification for Justice.
Yeah,
even as a concept, it's kind of facile. The idea that it's sort of all or nothing.
TNG was the first Star Trek I got exposed to when it was still airing. And had I have watched Justice getting exposed to it, it probably would have turned me off.
I watched it when it originally aired, and it was whatever. But I didn't harbor any thoughts at all that I would stop watching this show.
I joined in, I think it was season 2 is whenever I started watching it, and then I got to go back and I was able to see earlier episodes that had already been shown by then, so it wasn't no big deal. Then I went back and watched the original series and caught up on the movies, which had kind of threw me from a loop. But once I figured out the whole timeline thing,
See, I watched the original series reruns with my grandfather after school. We watched my first theater experience I remember was going to the Search for Spock at the theater with my dad, my grandfather, and my brother. So that was like I was a Trekkie before The Next Generation. So I know that like The Next Generation was my first Trek.
I had to go see.
But I was already watching reruns of the original series, getting into The Next Generation. Again, that was The Next Generation was the only series that I made sure I was whenever it was airing on Sunday when the TV time came out with a newspaper, I found when it was and made sure that's when I was home for all 7 years. I watched every single episode first run.
I think the first movie I actually went to the theater to go see, I remember, I think it was Star Trek 4. The 84, 85, I went with my uncle.
God,
And,
wild.
oh my God, it feels so long ago. And, yeah, it just kind of spiraled out from there. I've seen every single movie showing in theaters since then. So it just, yeah.
Well, it feels like I'm just getting out of a battered relationship with Star Wars. You know that camp is nice because when you've been with Star Wars for as long as you have, there is no camp. I don't care what anybody says. You can bring up Phantom Menace, you can bring up those things. There is no fun camp. Star Trek has fun campy moments.
It does.
And so, like when you need that downtime,
mariachis.
Hey, you know what? I'll take it over, Kylo crying at a screen for 10 minutes. And they consider that's great.
I think the original trilogy has a lot of camp to it. I think that the Phantom Menace, I think the prequel trilogy and then the sequel trilogy really took itself way too seriously.
Yeah, I would
absolutely.
There's one piece of camp in the Phantom Menace. There's always a bigger fish.
I like that line a lot, actually.
Well, I can tell you that I still like Revenge of the Sith, and I get a lot of flack for it. I do. I like how cringe it is at times, because it's like that Spider-Man 3 level of cringe. That's why I like Revenge of the Sith. It's like Tobey Maguire awkwardly dancing, but just more ridiculously emo and taking itself seriously, and I enjoy that. But there's moments like with Star Trek where you can just sit down and you feel like you're watching a show that you can make popcorn and enjoy. I don't get that with Star Wars anymore. Not unless it's The Mandalorian. I don't get that anymore.
I can see that. Okay, we're going to have to wrap up, folks. For me, my big watch was I took Fase's. Well, you didn't really recommend it, but you mentioned it, and so it made me want to watch it. So I watched Mighty Ducks. Loved it. I love Lauren Graham, so I'll pretty much see anything she does. But I thought it was a pretty successful thing, and of course, I want to encourage people to watch Secrets of Sulphur Springs, also on Disney Plus. It's for kids, but it is like a really good time travel show, which it's still going great. I found a way to be able to watch it the episodes a week earlier than they show up on Disney Plus, so that was fun.
What?
I don't know if you saw this past week. Carlos, you mentioned Lauren Graham. I don't know if you saw this past week or last week or a couple weeks ago. She has a Gilmore Girls clause in all of her contracts.
Yes, she does.
That basically, if there's any opportunity to do a revival, that's what she does. That's so amazing.
Precedent.
Yeah,
it's pretty amazing. It made her into a cultural icon. I mean, she is.
Well, I mean, I think Parenthood did that a little bit too. I mean,
Well, it built on that. But, when you watch Parenthood, you think of her as, as the character from Gilmore Girls, with a different set of kids.
Yeah.
Oh, what the hell?
No.
We're not watching Batman.
No, that's not what that was.
That was Seal, I think.
Yeah, but that was looking for one of the Batman movies.
I was trying to look on something at Netflix and start freaking autoplaying.
I'll have you know
Oh,
that
yeah,
Batman
that's
Forever
right.
is a gem, and I don't care what any of you say. I
It
will stand by that
absolutely
movie.
is. It is. It is absolutely.
Is that the
a
one
good
with the
movie.
nipples?
That's
Batman.
I think the
That's
Bat
Batman.
nipples did start there though.
Wait, which one? Which one?
Batman
Batman
Forever.
Forever.
That's the one with Jim Carrey.
I love that movie. I don't care what anybody says. I could like if that's on TV, I will put it on and I will
That's the
enjoy
one
it.
with that's the one with Val Kilmer's Batman.
Oh, right. I know someone who slept with him. Oh, sorry.
But wait. Was it skinny, like thin, like fit Val Kilmer, or fat Trey Val Kilmer?
It
Was it skinny Carlos or fat Carlos?
It was skinny fit Val Kilmer.
Okay.
It was pretty widening Val Kilmer.
Was it skinny Carlos?
Val
or
Kilmer
fat
made a
Carlos?
better.
I've
Val
never
Kilmer
met
made a better Batman. But Michael Keaton made the best Bruce Wayne.
I agree, and that's why they're
I
bringing him
agree.
back. That's why they're bringing him back.
Oh, I love you guys already. Jeez.
Thank you for joining
Yes,
us
we'll
on
have
this
lots.
Lord of
One of
the
the things we're
Rings
moving
themed
off to
episode.
next week is our discussion of all the upcoming Batmans between CW, Warner Brothers, Zack Snyder, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So many Batmans to talk about. All right, we are done formally with the show. So thank you all again for your wit and wisdom for the week. And folks at home, thanks for joining us. Please stick around for our short Florida Man. Well, I don't know how short it'll be, but shorter than the show segment of Florida Man, because there's always lots of funny, weird Florida Man news that we want to share with you. So, to mark the formal close of the show, Keyboard Cat, play us out. Well, that's probably enough, Justin. We don't want to get copyright struck.
Where in the world is Carmen Sandiego?
Rockapella. Excellent.
Rockafire explosion.
Thank you guys for having me again.
That was Sun's
Remember,
idea.
And you remember, you are all loved and appreciated by just your being you.
Stay new to your pets.
Stay sober.
Keep your masks on. Get vaccinated.
Get vaccinated.
Oh,
Get your Falky
I have
ouchies.
2 weeks post-vaccination today.
Oh, so you're fully
So am I.
vaccinated, dude.
Oh
Yep.
my! High five screen.
I'm getting my
I
first
still have-
vaccination on the 19th.
I still have 2 weeks to go before I get my second shot.
I'm ready to go see a movie.
I
I'm
know. I
ready to
really
go
want
to
to
the
go back to
bar.
theater.
You want to
I
go to a buffet, Carlos? Don't even go there.
No, actually, that is true. I would be in a buffet in New York.
All the
CC's.
buffets in Vegas are still closed.
Actually, what they're starting to reopen here because they're announcing that they're reopening.
Yeah,
They
but then
dropped
I'd have to
mask
go to
mandate.
Indiana. Who wants to do that? Sorry. That's fine.
Well, yeah, buffets. Who wouldn't?
Well, it would be cheaper to come to Arkansas and have buffet.
Actually, I would. I've spent too little time in Arkansas. I would love to visit again.
You want some crawfish?
I've been through Arkansas several times, but usually on a train and going through. So I haven't really spent any time there at all, but I would like to, actually. All right, so let's move to Florida Man and find out what the hell was going on in Florida Man this week.
Ooh, I found a good
Rayna,
one.
I hope you stick around for a little bit of Florida Man at least, because it's a highlight for us.
All right.
Florida man arrested for allegedly impersonating doctor injecting Botox while drinking.
Dude, I told you Botox is coming back big.
And Carlos would know because he got some last week.
Is
That
this,
is
is
not
this,
true. I
Is
require
this-
no.
This is an inappropriate section. I think it's time for us to go.
What? Lane is old enough to handle this, aren't you, Lane?
wait, is this the same guy who was live streaming himself injecting Botox without a license?
Maybe. Oh, here's another good one. Florida man accused of stealing ambulance, getting it stuck in the mud.
Oh, awesome.
Hey,
man.
I actually
Look at
found a horrible one from an hour ago.
Uh-oh.
A Florida man decides to drive his motorcycle with baby on his
with
lap.
baby on lap and
Yeah.
crashed.
He caused, he was in an accident. The infant is in critical but stable condition. So that's the only reason I'm talking about it.
I just have one question. Did he crash near the guy who got the ambulance stuck in the mud? Because that would be really convenient. Just saying.
Okay, Florida man is beginning a 130-mile journey across the state of Florida for charity on a lawnmower. Chip Hawthorne,
Florida man.
130 miles for Habitat for Humanity.
On a lawnmower is going to suck. Talk about the hemorrhoids.
Oi.
Florida man okay, so this is just everyday happenings in Florida. Florida man calls police station, says he has a quote unquote 10-foot monster under my car. Turns out it was an alligator.
Ooh, did you see the video of that Komodo dragon or whatever that was in the
Yes. It was a monitor lizard.
a monitor lizard in 7-Eleven.
Yeah, what was that about?
On Mark Haynes' profile.
Yeah, I saw it on Twitter, but there was like zero context to it, so I had no idea where it was, how it got there.
It was in Malaysia or something like that. Yeah.
Okay, that makes sense. But yeah, it's climbing up the shelves and managing to hang on even as stuff is falling off the shelves. I thought, yeah, good for you, monitor lizard.
I think it was on Mark Haynes' profile.
So I do think Florida Man has a new peak Florida Man in the name of a certain Congressman, Matt Gaetz.
Oh yeah, he is peak Florida man for sure.
Poor Trump, he's got dethroned.
So this one just reminds me of Waterboy. Florida man drives across state in a lawnmower.
I just said that one.
Mm-hmm.
For charity, you did it for Habitat for Humanity.
I was in Waterboy.
Really?
Yeah, but we don't talk about you being a Gatorade bottle anymore.
No. So when they filmed Waterboy at the Florida Citrus Bowl, and so the day
Lane is giving you the eye, the stink eye.
No, I don't care. I'm a movie star. I was in a Waterboy. Lane is of the devil. Anyway, so they were doing like basically you would do they'd have everybody like they'd drop a bunch of like swag in one section of the stadium and everybody would run there and you'd sit and you'd cheer and then they'd like do another swag drop across and you'd have to run all the way across and get your swag and they did that to digitally insert all the fans. So, you know, I'm in there somewhere.
That's cool. I was in a movie with River Phoenix.
Wesley Snipes rode my Jaws boat.
You know what? I had a brief encounter with Alex Kurtzman.
I talk to Alex Kurtzman regularly on Twitter.
Hey, listen, I fired Alex Kurtzman like 3 times ago.
That's true. He did.
I talk to Doug Jones on Twitter too. You know, they all are very, very talkative people. As long as you're cool with them.
I was retweeted by Stamets.
Ooh, Stamets does that a lot. He also responds a lot. So does Cruz.
Yeah.
Cruz will too.
Okay, so back to Florida man. Here's one who lost it for shooting and killing a neighbor who kept shooting his fence. I mean,
don't Florida man.
There's your moral. Don't shoot other people's fences.
I live in Texas, and that sounds like such a Texas thing to do too. So it's like a multi-state thing.
keep your bullets in your own yard. That's the best advice.
Man, don't get used to this.
So, Florida man receives the Florida Medal of Freedom, which is apparently a thing.
Apparently, it's a thing.
Hey,
that's the most Florida-sounding award ever.
It really is.
That's Bobby Bowden. As a Florida man, don't be messing with Bobby Bowden.
I'm not messing. I'm just saying. I'm making fun of the Florida.
If anybody deserves the Medal of Freedom, it's Bobby Bowden.
I have no idea what any of that means, but okay. So here's a question for you, son. You were the one who had the Botox story, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Or no,
I
that was
forget.
Jason.
Oh, Jason. Okay, when you mentioned that, did the story that you read mention that he did it while he was drinking?
Yes.
He was drinking at the time. Okay.
Yeah.
I didn't remember that little bit of info.
Florida
I thought it
woman.
was implied that alcohol was involved.
That's the Florida man story.
Here's one. Florida woman steals a test drive vehicle tracked down by OnStar.
I'm sorry.
Oh,
Can I help
Florida
you?
man. Florida man arrested after stealing from Goodwill and running from deputies.
Yep, saw that one.
What
Oh,
would you
Florida
steal from Goodwill?
Florida woman shoots Florida man's truck after
Really?
running. I mean, that's just redneck shit, honestly. I mean, that's not even a Florida thing. That's just rednecks being rednecks.
Florida man started singing in strip clubs in high school. Now he has the #1 album in the United States.
wow.
Oh,
What
good
is
for
it?
him.
And that is Rod Wave, and the album is So Fly.
So fly.
So,
okay.
here's a bit of outrage. Tampa Bay Buccaneers cornerback, Florida man, not fired over anti-Asian slur.
Oh, well, there's Florida.
Well, all right, here's one. Florida man indicted for assaulting an officer with a skateboard during the Capitol insurrection.
Yeah, it's all about the Capitol insurrection, man. Every week they arrest more Florida men.
Oh, I seen that damn. They went off on FBI. Visited a couple of YouTubers I followed just because they are in the same area. They weren't even in DC, but just that they mentioned on their channel that they're going to be here to stay. They got questioned by the FBI.
Well, I'm
And
was
there
that?
you have it.
the guy who absolutely loves things like thrash metal. Seeing the skateboard used as a weapon just hurts. I mean, I was never really a big skateboarder, but like, just seeing it used like that is just no go.
So here's a surprise, not surprising at all, Florida man story. Florida man goes out into the middle of Interstate 95, stands there, and is killed after being struck by not just one car, but also run over by not one, but two pickup trucks.
Here's peak Florida man. Florida man breaks Guinness World Record for watching Avengers Endgame 191 times.
Oh, I think we actually did that one last
Yeah, we
week.
did that.
Oh,
Yeah.
sorry.
You weren't here.
No, I was
Naked
tired.
Florida man hip thrusts lay acres trees before punching deputy in the face.
That's the most Florida thing anyone's ever said.
Ooh, Florida man proposes to girlfriend using engagement ring stolen from other lover.
Oh, that was a
we've
couple weeks
covered
ago.
that
too.
Oh.
months ago.
You know, the only repeat one that I think is worth repeating is pantsless Florida man arrested after pleasuring himself in public. Because of course that's
Florida man.
That's because it happens multiple times in different areas.
That's where Pee Wee Herman was arrested pleasuring himself in public
in Florida.
Yep.
That just sounds like a joke that I know. Like,
That's
Well, only Lane will know that joke,
well,
as well as what you do with those eyeballs.
Get your head out of that playhouse. That's all I'm gonna say.
You're about to get zombie.
let's stop talking about Pee-wee.
Children's
Travis,
television.
Cody.
So this is a story from 1991. Children's television star Pee Wee Herman was arrested and charged with exposing himself inside an adult theater, authorities say.
I mean, let's be honest. If you're going to do any kind of spanking it, an adult theater would be the place to do it.
That's
Wait.
most
The-
appropriate.
Rubens was observed exposing himself, and the detective arrested him in the lobby. The affidavit said the theater was showing the movie Nancy Nurse, Turn Up the Heat, and Tiger Shark.
Oh, it was a triple feature. He was getting his money's worth, if you know what I mean.
The paper, this Arizona paper's Pee Wee in Big Misadventure.
Oh,
Stop it.
oh.
Let's just say he paid for that money shot.
Well, I mean, it's about like the time that Travis changed the name to the big Star Trek group, the Pee Wee Hermans play what else. shit posting for an April Fool's joke.
Was it
And,
Pee Wee
it's
shit posting or was it Pee Wee's spank posting?
No.
I mean, if Pee Wee's been posting and it stayed for 30 days, they couldn't change it back.
Okay, so here is a news story about a board game called Florida Man.
Yeah,
which
we should get a copy of that. And
we need to get
play
a
it.
copy of this board game. It comes
Not only
with
do
10...
we need to get this board game, there's also a comic book series.
Yes, we've heard about the comic book series. This is the
We
first time I've heard
need
about
a Florida Man icon or some type of a drawing made up out of
Yes.
my.
It's basically two truths and a lie, but with Florida Man headlines. And that's how you play. Is you have to guess which one is the fake one, I guess.
That's fantastic.
Yeah, so the rules are simple. Each player chooses a shirt figure because the play figures are Florida T-shirts, and then places it on the board. Then takes turns reading headlines off a card. There are 2 true ones and 1 fake one. Opponents have to correctly guess which is the true, the false. The first person who moves 7 spaces, apparently there's only 7 spaces, wins. And it has not just basic rules, you guys, but also advanced rules. Yeah, it's called Florida Man. And I'm going to send you this image for you to put it up on screen, Mr. Stalwart.
Okay. And when you get a chance to give Gander over at the chat to see what Mr. Meyer Burnett is posted on his Facebook page.
Well,
what did
Mr.
he
Robert
post?
Burnett, with that latest image, can get fucked because I am just not in the mood to talk about that kind of shit right now.
Now you've got me curious.
It's in our chat, which, yeah.
I'm sorry. Like, no, I'm not sorry. Get fucked.
Oh, is this about that stupid communist profile thing on StarTrek.com?
Yeah.
I don't know what that's about.
It was just, you know how StarTrek.com does like guest commentaries. People write an essay and submit it, and then they'll pick one and post it, publish it. So someone did, in which they profiled this cosplayer Star Trek fan who also is an avowed communist.
He's not a cosplayer. He's a spammer. Okay.
Whatever. The point is, it's stupid to get your panties in a twist over something like this and to claim that Star Trek is somehow now, communist.
Well, the website apparently is, but hey, whatever.
I just every time he it's listen, this guy, I'm sure he's a nice guy, but he gets he's got all these costumes, which is cool for him, and he takes pictures and he posts them, great. But when he posts them, he'll get a picture of him in like a lower decks uniform, and he'll post them in every Star Trek group, every group that says the word Star Trek in it. He posts the picture of himself at the same time. So I log into Facebook and it's like, there's this guy, there's this guy, there's this guy, there's 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 pictures of the same thing in my newsfeed.
Should we the name in the private message? Because I think I know who it is.
I'm just saying, ease off, sprinkle your cosplay pictures around. Don't do the same one in every Star Trek group. So I've taken to just posting spam gifs whenever he posts, because sometimes I can be an asshole troll.
We know that, but sometimes I can too. So that's what makes this a wonderful little.
I have no idea who this is, but it's...
Yeah, I don't really care either. I don't see why it's such a big deal, but apparently it is. Okay, well, I think I am out of... Oh, I posted the picture of the Florida Man board game. If you wouldn't mind posting that up for the folks.
Give me a second. I'll have to...
I have
It's in the
Florida Man.
private chat. Yeah.
Florida Man flees state after angering rabid fans of radio host Bubba the Love Sponge.
Oh, see, I saw that one, but I didn't see the Bubba the Love Sponge thing. There you go, folks. Florida Man, the board game.
Florida Man can.
Okay, so apparently he's filing a lawsuit against Nielsen because the company promised but failed to keep his identity secret when he came forward with damaging information against the radio host.
Oh, so he retaliated by telling his fans to retaliate.
No. The host, the radio host's fans went after the guy for bringing the damaging information.
Yeah.
Okay,
it was Nielsen's. It was supposed to be Nielsen's job to protect the identity of the guy bringing the information.
Well, how did the fans find out?
Apparently through Nielsen. At least that's what the lawsuit alleges.
Okay.
So Bubba the Love Sponge is a douche. He just is. He's a douche. Like I grew up in Florida. This guy was like, on Florida radio. He's like, anybody here watch Parks and Rec?
Yes.
The guys are like, I'm Todd and I'm the douche. He's literally the douche.
What?
Okay.
I expect Jason is going to be getting a visit from rabid fans now.
We do not condone we do not support or condone any of our hosts' actions, speeches, anything they do or say is their own. We are not, the rest of us are not.
No, but he's like one of those people that
say.
He has like the Bubba Army, and like it's so cliche and so like boring. So bring it on, Bubba Army. I'm ready for you.
Let's see. Florida man accused in participating in the Capitol insurrection is asking a judge to let him out of jail because of the quote psychological burdens of being in jail for the first time.
He didn't even get to
Okay, let other people talk. Okay.
I think Justin broke him.
Just move your microphone away so someone can talk. Why you laugh? Okay, son, what were you going to say?
I was fixing to say, I couldn't even hear the rest of what you were saying, Carlos, because Justin just broke.
Yeah, well, he wants the judge to set him free because because of the psychological burdens of being jailed for the first time.
Okay.
Is this the shaman?
No, it's not the shaman. This is a Florida man.
I can see this argument being made. Yes.
Wait, but Florida man can handle anything. Why is this suddenly a psychological burden?
He must not be a true Florida man.
Because it's a younger Florida man. How much you want to bet?
He's not.
Or it's not a true Florida man. He's a transplant.
He's Florida boy.
Apparently, this is what his lawyer says. His lawyer said, since he has no previous experience with the criminal justice system, being detained is taking an extremely high toll on his mental well-being.
If you don't want to go to jail, you don't fucking break the law.
Look, kid, don't be a dumbass and you won't go to jail.
Andrew said. Oh my god.
Yep.
You broke son, Andrew.
Uh-oh, what do you say?
I think that's a good note to end on.
Andrew is on fire tonight, folks.
And Andrew, yes, Bubba the Love Sponge is the guy who porked Hulk Hogan's wife that launched the Gawker lawsuit. Yes.
That took down Gawker. And all of it.
Yep.
Wow, Bubba the Love Sponge.
He's still a douche.
Ooh, post the one Andrew's comment before that one because it's actually pretty cool. Oh, you just took it down. There you go. The drunk uncle of Star Trek fandom.
Man,
oh my gosh! Have you guys ever? So can I confession? Free Enterprise. Did anybody watch Free Enterprise and
I saw it one time.
Completely loathe themselves afterwards for being a Star Trek fan?
Not really. I thought it was.
I got bored, fell asleep, so I've never watched it.
Okay, so Jason, the ambulance, the guy who stole the ambulance, that got stuck in the mud.
Yeah.
His mugshot has the David Bowie lightning bolt over the eye.
Get out.
I'm not kidding.
We can't show that. Oh my god.
I'm gonna have to find it and put it up. Oh my gosh, you're
Well, a Florida man visiting Kansas stole a patrol car there, apparently without using his hands, driving off with a patrol car.
Oh my god.
He was handcuffed, got into the patrol car, and drove away without using his hands. He must have used his his thighs or something.
No, you can use your feet to drive.
He used his...
Haven't you guys seen Planes, Trains, and Automobiles?
There you go. There it is. There it is. There it is.
What the fuck? What?
Why is
and
it
you
exactly
know, notice
like I
the
imagined?
ambulance isn't necessarily stuck in the mud. It looks like it's heading into the water. He's pulling a Michael Scott.
Oh God.
Oh, he's trying to be a good boy. The name was.
And can I say something here? Like, if you have a face tattoo, you got big problems.
You got big problems. Just
Well, if you
from the
got
get-go, from the get-go.
don't do
Listen, if you want to
fucking
do
crime.
tattoos from like here down to like right here, but like if you tattoo from like here up,
Yeah, from the neck up, you're in trouble in some way.
neck up.
I mean, I don't get why you wouldn't do that to your face. But then again, people put Botox in the face, so it just never ceases to amaze me what people will do to their bodies.
Lenny, this show wasn't for you.
I'm glad how you look out for
Here's the
Lane
thing.
like that.
Here's a chance you missed, Carlos.
Uh-oh.
Florida man charged with hosting an illegal all-male strip show.
How can that be against the law?
I don't know.
Hey, look, strippers.
Well,
I
if all
demand justice.
if all the men looked like that, Justin, probably that would be why it would be illegal.
Oh, geez.
So here's a sad one, but also funny. 77-year-old Florida woman throws food at and strikes Florida man husband after she claims he showed off nude photo of late wife.
Wait, his current wife threw food at him for showing off a photo of his dead wife?
She threw food and hit him with the food after accusing him of showing off a photo of his dead ex-wife.
This is very complicated.
I know. So
Florida
weird.
woman.
Okay, I'd like to revisit Florida man's story that we talked about a few, I think 3 weeks ago. This was about the 17-year-old hacker who he hacked Twitter apparently when he was 17 years old, and he was sentenced to three years in jail back in July of last year. But the thing I want to revisit is I saw a picture of this kid, and Justin, I just pasted it into our private chat. If you could put it up, this kid.
What the fuck?
This kid is going to be a supervillain.
What the fuck is this?
This is the kid I'm talking about.
Jesus Christ!
Put it up. Put it up for the folks at home.
Red Skull.
He looks like evil, and in fact, those look like Vulcan ears. He's got pointed ears.
He's not Vulcan, then he's Romulan.
Well, okay, he's
he
Romulan.
totally looks like somebody who's going to be on a future season of Evil Lives Here.
I mean, he's got the Romulan forehead going, with eyebrow ridges.
He's probably got him, but it's covered by the hair.
I mean, what do you see? What was got?
But I'm sorry, I looked at that picture and I'm like, he's a supervillain. He is going to be an evil scientist supervillain in the future. Watch out for him. Don't say you heard it here first.
If anyone has a death laser in their basement, it's that guy.
It's that kid. Yep.
Yeah, save this image.
So he gets out in 2023. So watch out, Florida.
Florida man motorcyclist driving 100 miles an hour claims he is quote unquote trained to drive that way.
This is the best excuse ever.
I mean, he could possibly be not wrong. I mean, sometimes people get trained to drive.
Okay.
Officers find Florida man's. What was that, Carlos?
I'm sorry. I just came across this one. It's from 2 weeks ago, but I don't know if we covered this one. But it's hilarious. Florida man jumps from hotel balcony, dies after parachute fails to open.
Oh my god.
Dumbass Florida man.
There you go. That's what we needed to see.
That's a Darwin Award right there.
Oh, did you say Darwin? Did you say Darwin?
I think I figured out why that photo creeped you out so much.
Why is that?
Hold on.
Thank you, Darwin. Oh, yes. That is it.
Can we,
Thank
wait,
you.
can we talk
Orange.
about that for a moment? Can we talk about that for a moment?
Of course.
The fact that Space Jam 2 got rid of Pepe Le Pew and has those fuckers in it as cosplay.
Yeah, that apparently is an issue. I saw that an article about that this week. That
Wait, what?
Space Jam 2, the new movie, it took out Pepe Le Pew because he's, a rapist, and but kept in the Clockwork Orange
Rapists.
cosplayers who are also rapists in the movie. So, there you go.
2021, y'all.
Yeah, it's been a hell of a ride.
I guess there's only so many things we can cancel at one time.
So here's something to
Have
cap
you ever
off
seen?
the night.
Have you ever seen? Hold on a second. Have you ever seen a dog hump another dog but ask for consent first?
Enthusiastic consent.
Or is it an Axanar, man?
I'm just saying that, like, the idea that animals have to provide consent just seems...
Okay, dude, these are anthropomorphized animals. They're basically humans.
Okay,
And Pepe Le Pew makes... And Pepe Le Pew isn't glorifying rape culture. It's making fun of the French, which is always acceptable.
Well, I can't totally, as a longtime French make funner, I can't completely disagree with you. That's all I'm going to say. I just,
Look, I treat Pepe Le Pew the same way I treat Johnny Bravo. You're not supposed to idolize the character.
Yeah,
I think it's not about idolizing. It's about.
Well, here's the thing: kids these days don't have common fucking sense, and they know it.
I would heartily disagree with that. That's common sense.
So here's I guess this is our last story of the night. Florida officer finds Florida man's emotional support snake during DUI traffic stop.
Oh fuck!
Oh God! I have one more, which is also traffic related. Florida man buys 1965 Pontiac GTO, discovers he previously owned it.
Aww.
Reunited and it feels so good.
Reunited Florida man.
I think with the musical interlude there, that was the perfect ending Florida man story. Thank you all for the news hounds that you are. And of course, we will be back next week with another Real Super Geeks podcast, followed, of course, by the inimitable Florida Man segment. Rayna, welcome again to your first show.
Thank you.
We hope you will be back and that we didn't completely, freak you.
Are you for life?
Oh man, like next generation, I'm invested, so you ain't gonna get rid of me.
I mean, after nights like this.
There you go. You look like
and
that. I'm out of here.
Like this.
Ugh.
And of course, my personal favorite.
Is that supposed to be Michael Burnham?
Yes.
That's Sonequa Martin Green in her final appearance on The Walking Dead.
Oh, okay. There you go.
And then, of course, everybody's favorite.
Yeah, we do love. Oh, I've always loved Mirror Lane the best.
Alrighty.
All right. I think that rounds out the visual presentations for this week. So we will be back next week, folks at home. Thank you for sticking with us as long as you did. Those of you who did, Andrew Blake Schmidt, you're fired. And
Alex Kurtzman, you're fired. Kathleen Kennedy, you're fired. You're all fired.
Thank you.
You're all fired.
Oh, you know what? Wait. Kathleen Kennedy, right? Have you guys ever looked at her? Have you guys ever looked at her filmography?
Yes.
It's
why
genius.
It's why I laugh at all the people who say she's been fired again.
It's fucking genius. Every awesome movie in my life, like Indiana Jones, Back to the Future, like she's instrumental in all those movies as a
Benjamin
producer.
Button.
Sure.
Jurassic Park.
Like these people who like seem to think that she's evil, they can go to find themselves on one of those big, huge target balls, sit on it, and spin.
You mean like Robert Meyer Burnett?
I don't think it's necessarily where she's been. It's where she's at now. That's the issue.
Well, as long as
opinion.
I think as long as they keep making things like The Mandalorian, I'm sticking with it.
Oh, so. Absolutely, 100%.
Alrighty, I think we need to end the show there because it's 4 hours and 28 minutes and 11 seconds.
Will you people ever shut up?
Well, I mean, we got to kick your point. We never shut up.
Gremlins, Back to the Future,
okay,
The
Travis.
Goonies,
Seabiscuit,
An American Tale, Who Framed Roger Rabbit,
Seabiscuit,
Back to the Future 2,
Seabiscuit,
Back to the Future Part 3, Schindler's List.
There you
It's
go.
kind of hard to argue with that list.